Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. Today is Friday, May 31st. It's 10 a.m. I will call to order the Curry County Budget Committee meeting, and we will begin with a Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So the first item up is amendment and approval of the agenda. So we have one request for public comment. I don't see any others, so since there is only one request and there is a request to accommodate specific needs, then I would, Jay, I would like to move public comments ahead of discussion and do that first, if that's okay.
Sure.
Yep. All right.
I'll move to approve the agenda as amended.
I'll second. And all in favor?
Yes?
And yes, motion passes. So next will be public comments, and Mary Rowe.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes,
Is the mic on?
It is.
appears to be.
I'm Mary Rowe. Thank you, Chair Alcorn, for granting my ADA accommodation request. I am here to speak about the impact of a couple of human service program changes upon Curry County government. Specifically, Oasis Shelter Home is gone, dissolving as a nonprofit, which leaves Curry County without a domestic violence program, which provided many important services. Some of these services prevented violent crimes. Eventually, the district attorney and the Department of Justice will apparently ask a domestic violence program in another county to outreach to Curry County to provide some services. But that is going to take a while, and it remains to be seen what services such an organization will provide, as well as what the quality of those services will be and their effect upon the community. Accordingly, the current lack of a domestic violence program is a fact that should be considered when determining appropriate funding for the district attorney's office. I am asserting this because I attended 2 trials a few years ago in order to offer support to a couple of homeless women who had been beaten at different times by the same defendant. And it was my opinion that the defendant was not convicted because at that time, the district attorney's office did not have enough deputy district attorneys. So it was not just misdemeanors that could not be effectively prosecuted, but also some cases that had included significant violence. And given that it is reasonable to assume that the dissolving of Oasis could result in an increase in violent crime, the failure to adequately fund the district attorney's office could hurt some victims of violent crimes. I therefore urge you to fund more than just the district attorney and deputy district attorney positions. Thank you, meaning one deputy district attorney position. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. All right, we will move forward in to the discussion action item, which is really the main event of today. So quite a few things have happened since our last meeting, one of which is Ted Rabia, Keena, and I spent a majority of yesterday coming up with some different options to present to the Budget Committee. We also received back a response from the sheriff regarding the statistical information and metrics that was requested. And I have also gotten some feedback from the community who watches our meetings. And one of the items was that we've talked about these 50 questions, but we haven't shared those with the public. So I'm going to go over them. First, let's put this in context. And what my plan is here is to go over the statistical information and then get into the actual budget, which we went over and present those options. So regarding the statistical information, for me, and I want to put this in context. So Budget Committee member Bratton, who also has a pretty big piece in public safety himself, mentioned and requested that we have some statistical information from the sheriff to establish a metrics, because we are being asked to potentially use one-time dollars, and every time we use those one-time dollars, we run the risk of pushing the county further to bankruptcy. So we need to really evaluate that risk. So this metrics it's important to me, and I think, Dan, that's why you brought it up. Dan also mentioned that this is not in his area of expertise. It is definitely in my area of expertise. So I put together questions. And I categorize these first. The first category is calls for service. I asked how many non-emergency calls have we received in the past year? How many emergency calls have we received in the past year? Has the number of non-emergency calls increased or decreased in the past year? Has the number of emergency calls increased or decreased? Non-emergency calls increased or decreased in the past years? What time of day have the highest and lowest call volume? Which days of the week have the highest and lowest call volume? Does the call volume change in the summer months? If so, what percentage? How many calls were received during hours when no one was on duty? And obviously, those are important pieces of information so that we can assess how we fund public safety. The next was response times. What is the current average response time for non-emergency calls for service? What is the current average response time for emergency calls for service? Have non-emergency response times increased or decreased over the past year? Have emergency response times increased or decreased over the past year? What is the average call-out response time when no one is on duty? What is the average time an emergency call is held before being dispatched? What is the average time a non-emergency call is held before being dispatched? Again, these are important because we have a window of time where we do not have on-duty personnel to respond to critical incidents and needs from the public.
Are you going to go over any of the,
I'm going to go over the answers too.
at a separate time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Staffing levels. What are the current staffing levels Sunday through Wednesday? 0800, 1700. What are the current staffing levels Wednesday through Saturday? 0800, 1700. What are the current staffing levels Sunday through Wednesday? 1700, 0200. How many times did the Curry County Sheriff's Office assist outside agencies last year? Which outside agencies did we assist the most? How many reports were generated last year? How many incomplete or uncompleted reports are there currently? How many cases were assigned to detectives last year? And as you know, we have two detectives in the Sheriff's Office. And I'm just going to take a minute to talk about them. These are very experienced deputies, probably the most experienced deputies, some of which over there. One of which, Freeman, is got a very substantial resume in some of the courses and classes he's been to. He's a very good investigator. How many open cases does each detective currently have? And how many cases have been submitted to the district attorney's office over the past year? How many traffic citations were issued last year? How many criminal citations were issued last year? And what percentage of time is allocated towards each deputy's ongoing training needs? Then the next category is crime. What is the current violent crime rate? What is the current property crime rate? Has violent crime increased or decreased over the past year? Has property crime increased or decreased over the past year? What part of the county has the most violent crime? What part of the county has the most property crime? In what time frame does most violent crime occur? In what time frame does most property crime occur? And then another category is civil subpoenas. And this is an area that not all law enforcement agencies do civil subpoenas, but this agency does. And I know from my own experience inside the agency that there's quite a bit of time devoted to this task. And, every time a deputy's out trying to serve a civil subpoena, that's time that he's not available to respond to an emergency situation, and it's time that he's not patrolling or being visible in the community. So, how many civil subpoenas were served last year? Has the number of civil subpoenas increased or decreased over the past 6 months? What is the average amount of time spent per day serving civil subpoenas? And then the next category was jail. What is the current jail population? How many people were booked into the jail by each agency? And what is the average cost per day per inmate? What is the average length of time in the jail per inmate? And what are the state mandated staffing levels for the jail? How many inmates were transported to other correctional facilities over the past year? And this was important because obviously that's a cost associated with that, and it's a cost related to manpower. And then the final category was search and rescue events. Obviously, we see search and rescue events regularly here in this county, and it's a mandate. It's a major thing that we need to make sure that we stay on top of and provide the best service to the community. How many volunteer search and rescue members do we currently have? How many search and rescue calls did we have last year? And what is the average cost per search and rescue call, an estimate? And what is the most frequent time for search and rescue callouts? What is the most frequent day for search and rescue callouts? Again, all of which is important because those relate to staffing levels and making sure that we have appropriate staffing levels to meet the needs of that mandate. I also asked for what month was the most, did we see the most search and rescue calls? So, we did receive some information initially from the sheriff. We were provided with some days off, a days off schedule, which addressed some of the questions about the current staffing levels, and you guys got that and were able to review that. I believe we have, including the sheriff, a total of 6 supervisors and I think 13 deputies, if I remember right. So yesterday we received, this is the information we received, and it is various printouts of information, some of which was Rabia and I both spent some time last night correlating some of it, and some of it's a little bit confusing in the printout, but I think we were able to navigate it. Some of the questions I did not get answers to, and some we did. So now that the public understands what questions were asked, I want to go over what those answers were. I'm going to start with response times, and this is the part that was a little bit confusing, and we tried to decipher the information. It appears that the average response time for emergency calls, which are priority 1 calls, appears to be 18.7 minutes, and that's doing the best calculations that we could. And then priority 2 through 5s appear to be 46.8 minutes.
So can you, because I ran some numbers too,
Okay.
so I'm wondering, I ran numbers on those. So we got the priority 1, priority 2, priority 3, priority 4, priority 5. I ran it from the moment it was called in to the moment officer arrived. I took.
Maybe Phil, you could help us
Well, I mean,
decipher this.
I understand it.
Okay, yeah.
It's call in, then the moment it was dispatched, that's a different time.
Right.
Then the moment that officer arrived.
right. So when you look at the breakdown on the priority 1, 2, 3, 4s, and 5s, you have, if you go to the last page of each one of those, you have your average. And I didn't create the wording on the report. It says average response time, and then average arrival time.
Right.
So the first column is dispatch receives the call, and then they air it to a deputy. So if you go all the way to the bottom of that, the average time there is the average time it takes to dispatch the call. And then the other column is from the time of dispatched, the average time for the deputy to arrive. So if, just for easy math, if the average dispatch time is 5 minutes and the average arrival time is 10 minutes later, the average overall length from the time dispatch answers the phone till someone gets there would be 15 minutes. That it is not the answer on any of these because, and then you have things, I didn't set the priority of the calls. Those are from, I didn't say this call is that, but so then you have to look at, when you look at the list of priority calls, like an unattended death. So you have an unattended death that is a priority 1 call. It's a call that we have to respond to and it's prioritized as a priority 1, but it's not necessarily a call that we're going to go lights and siren to. Just like the other morning, Lieutenant Inslee got called out for an unattended death in Langlois. So dispatch got the call, they called him, he checked on duty, and he drove to Langlois. So he had an hour drive time to
Right.
get there. So that's going to skew the numbers so a little bit, but it's an average of
Right.
what those times are. So you basically have to add those 2 numbers up to get from start to arrival.
Yeah.
So
And and when it says deputy arrival 0.00, I'm assuming that was a cleared call, no deputy to arrive. So it was cleared at dispatch?
yes.
Okay. So I removed those because it didn't show bookends, right? And I only took a snapshot. I did April, last month, 24. And the numbers I was able to decipher out of there was total call to arrival, priority 1 was 57.5 minutes. Priority 2 was 135.6 minutes. Priority 3 was 130 minutes. Priority 4 was 127 minutes. And priority 5 was 119 minutes.
That would probably be about, I mean, that's going to be close. I mean, and when you look at the whole picture, there are things in there that skew the numbers that, you know, you just can't, like I said right up front, we have a 30-something-year-old, 35, 36-year-old records management system that I spent 2 days with the software engineer from CMI creating the reports so that we could run these to get these numbers. I mean, everybody says, you know, you guys have all alluded to, you know, the fact that we spent a ton of money on recovering from our cyber attack. Well, we still haven't recovered from our cyber attack. You know, the sheriff, when you get to it, we finally got into the UCR data, so we can tell you that basically the violent crime rate in the county is 17.4%. That includes all the person crimes. But that data is only good up until 2023 because we still haven't been able to rebuild the system to report our uniform crime report data. That's in the process. I mean, so we're still recovering, and you guys are asking for stuff that if we had, I mean, I'm going to tell you, when I left Lake County 10 years ago, the records management system that I had there, I could run that report, and when you look at that report, all the way to the left, there's a call number. As long as I didn't print it, I could just click on that call number. So when I looked at it and there's a call that has a 1,245-minute dispatch time on it, I could click on that and see what it was. Oh, that was the fire in Agnes, and that call was open for 3 weeks while we were responding to that call. And that skews that. We can't do that. I have to close it, go to a different report, run that specific number to pull it up and see it, and then when I want to go back to that list, I have to close that report and then rerun that whole report. So I mean, that's, there's not, and I just want to make sure people understand, there is not an easy way for us to get those numbers. So.
Okay.
Well, I just want to clarify, what does the cyber attack have to do with a 30-year-old records management system?
Because that's what we have.
That had nothing to do with the cyber attack. Well, it was outmoded, it's been outmoded for many years, since before you left Lake County, right?
Right. No, but what I'm saying is what that has to do with, so we have years of data in that, or however many years justice is being used here. We had all those years of data in there. So when you want to know what our call volume was a year ago or 2 years ago, I can't give you that information. We don't have it anymore. I can give you what we have. And the other part of it is I can't give you a breakdown on the call priority for anything beyond February that we do have, because that information was not being captured by our records management system. It was being inputted, but when it goes into, we have current history and deep history, and when it rolls out into deep history, that information was not being captured. That's since been fixed since February, but anything beyond that, that's why I gave you so many different reports, one of them that has everything glommed together that doesn't have
Right.
a priority number on it.
Right.
Because I can't break that stuff out
And-
without going call by call for 14,000 calls.
And that's the information that we went through. So let's kind of go through some of these answers. So what is the average call-out response time when there's no one on duty? And the answer was 20 minutes. Where'd that number come from, Phil?
I didn't do that, but if dispatch, if you look at it like this, if dispatch can get a hold of somebody and they answer their phone and they get dressed, it takes about 20 minutes for that to happen. But that can be up to, they've made 5 different phone calls, and it could be more than that. I didn't do that number, so.
All right, and then what is the average time an emergency call is held before being dispatched? And that appears to be about 24.7 minutes.
That's the average time that it takes to get the dispatch out, according to the numbers that I can get.
And then I'm just moving down to what we have answers to. Which outside agencies did we assist the most? And the answer was there's no data for this, but I would guess OSP and Port Orford. I know that we assist BPD a lot.
And we don't, and the problem with that is when we assist BPD, it's usually, the deputy will say, BPD will be out on something and the deputy will go back him up. That's not, we don't track that.
We'd go out on the CAD though, right?
Not always. They don't always create a CAD for it.
But I mean, wouldn't we, so like, an example would be BPD's on a traffic stop, I'm rolling by, I see him on a traffic stop. As a courtesy, I'm just gonna flip around and join the stop. I'm gonna come on the radio and say, put me out with BPD on.
But I don't have that. That's not, we don't track that. They might just say they're out with BPD, but dispatch doesn't always make a CAD on that. It's just like if they do the same thing with OSP. We're out backing up the state police. They don't always make a CAD on it. They'll check on them. But trying to pull that out of our records management system, even if they do make a CAD on it, we don't have a report that will pull that specific data out.
All right, and then the next question was how many reports were generated last year? And the number was 1428
For 2023.
for 23, correct. And then how many incomplete reports are there currently? 137 plus or minus. Explain that.
Well, that's because the guys that get so busy, they can't get the reports done, and when they do finally get them done, they might get 4 or 5 done at a time. But that was the current, from the time I ran that, checked it on that day, how many reports were down. And so, but since then, I've talked to several deputies, said, well, I've done 4 or 5 of those reports, and so that number is just, it's a moving target.
I'll also put in there, just like any other records management system, as long as everybody inputs what they're supposed to input, and you run that particular report. So if I turn in a report, I submit it to the sergeants. If they forget to check the complete box, which that does happen, then it still shows it's an incomplete report. And then, so what you end up having to do is go back through and pull up the actual case, or go check the paper file and see if it's there. That's what, I think that number is what, when he runs that, it shows that's how many reports are incomplete.
And that's not for the 2023, that was up until current.
All right, and then the next categories that I went to were detectives, and obviously this is important to understand and evaluate the volume of work the detectives do. And so the question was asked, how many open cases does each detective currently have? And the answer was several. So I want the public to understand that's watching this, that typically a detective does not generate an original report. Typically, the patrol response is who initiates the original report, then the detective takes that original report and conducts a follow-up investigation to that. Even in a very large agency with a homicide detective doesn't write the original report. They do follow-up cases. So once that detective takes that case, then that becomes part of that detective's case load. So that's what I was trying to.
For an example, like right now, we recently had 6 reported burglaries in this area. 8, okay, so when I assigned all of those to the detectives, there were 6, and I'm like, look, guys, we can't hold the patrol deputies, and we have 6 burglaries, and we have a photo of a pickup that we know is not a locally owned pickup, because if it was owned in Agnes, the crimes would have already been solved. So I assigned that whole series of burglaries to the detectives to follow up on, because obviously it's gonna take us to Coos County or Douglas County or multiple trips to Agnes, and you guys have seen the schedule when you have 3 guys that are working, and all of a sudden you're trying to get follow-up done and plus respond to calls. The deputies, the patrol deputies don't have the time to do that. So like those calls are all assigned to the detectives.
So, and that's why I was trying to get a number for what each detective actually is carrying right now. Is it in the 40s, 50s? That's why I was looking for that number, because that really is a good reflection of the volume of work they're doing. And I know they're doing a lot of work because I talked to them. I've helped them on cases before. So I know that that is a very active component of the agency. How many cases were submitted to the district attorney's office last year? That number is 432.
I'd say 439, I was a misprint on mine.
Okay, 439. How many traffic citations were issued last year? That information, the response was not available. And how many criminal citations issued last year? And that answer was not available.
And just so you're aware, so on the criminal citations, those aren't tracked separate. They're tracked like, all your criminal citations take a case number and you have to write a report on it.
Right.
So the same thing if I arrest somebody, if it's an arrest report, basically if it's a reckless, let's just say it's a driving while suspended misdemeanor crime. It's a traffic crime, but it's a criminal report, and it's a criminal citation, but I write a report on it, it goes in a case file, and then the report and the citation they're not tracked separately from everything else. Traffic is entered separately, and I'm still trying to get that number. I don't have it yet, but I'm gonna be honest, it's gonna be a relatively low number. I can look at, I ran trying to get that number, from the time our records management system was reinstalled in July or something, or June, whenever we got it back up online. I don't have the exact date off the top of my head. Until yesterday, we had done 230 traffic stops in that whole time, and most of those are warnings. We do not, the sheriff's office we do not write very many tickets.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's an important piece of information because it reflects the priorities of the agency. Obviously, if traffic was a big priority, we'd have high numbers, but we don't have high numbers, so.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
So, from a financial side, if you are writing citations, how are those tracked for the purpose of making sure people pay their citations?
That's not.
We don't have any control over that.
We turn the ticket over to the court, and that's they're cited, when we write a traffic citation, they are cited into circuit court for the state of Oregon on a traffic offense. And the original citations all go to the court. We have a copy that we keep for the agency, and those dispatch enters them in, so that's why I was, like I said, I was trying to get that report, and I don't have it, but all the fines and the fees and all that, that's all
That's-
through the state courts.
Okay.
The county has nothing to do with it.
Okay.
We don't get any revenues out of that.
Correct.
So
Okay.
we're not traffic cops, we're investigators.
So the next question was related to training. This is an important category because obviously when we have staffing, you have to take into account and consideration training needs. There are mandates that every law enforcement officer has in this country, and they are requirements that each state has. So we have to allot time to make sure that those training requirements are met. So what percentage of time is being allocated towards each deputy's ongoing training needs? The answer is not enough time. We struggle to provide and enough training to meet the DPSST mandates of 84 hours per 3 years and 24 hours use of force. And again, the training also correlates to a deputy's safety. And I just recently read information from Police One that 56% of law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty came from small communities like ours, 56% of those deaths. So the level of training that our guys have is critical, and we need to make sure that we are allotting the appropriate number of time. That's why I asked that question. What is the current violent crime rate? The answer was no local data.
We
What
do
is-
have a number for that,
That's the 17.4 that I.
17 point,
mentioned.
yeah.
And that comes from the UCR?
Yeah, that comes from the UCR.
Which only goes from 2020, 21, and 22. We don't have any data past that.
All right, and I'll just explain to the public what the UCR is. So the UCR is a Uniform Crime Reporting, and the Uniform Crime Reporting is data collected by the FBI, and it is collected from every report that is submitted by the country's law enforcement agency. And basically, the UCR program presents crime counts for the nation as a whole, as well as for regions, states, counties, cities, towns, tribal law enforcement, and colleges and university. This permits studies among neighboring jurisdictions and among those with similar populations and other common characteristics. And there is another mechanism, NIBRS, which maybe we can get into in a little bit.
NIBRS is basically the same thing. It replaced the UCRs. It's just-
Correct.
Just it collects it a little different manner. And just so that you're aware, if you do go to those websites and if you look at those, you'll see that in Curry County, if you do the math yourself, the overall violent crime rate, which we'll call person crimes, okay, the overall, I think, is 14%. When you take out Brookings, the calls that Brookings Police Department enter and the Oregon State Police enter, because I don't know where they're, I imagine that Brookings all come from within the geographic boundaries of Brookings.
Yes.
And the state police, I don't know where theirs come through, but the ones that just the sheriff's office reported, that's the 17.4 to the 17.5%. When you do the overall county and what's reported, it's like right at 14%. And understand also that only 3 agencies in the county report. That's the sheriff's office, the state police, and Brookings. Gold Beach, North Fort Orford report any of them. So
Is that metric off of the reports, 1,400 reports, or what is it, 17?
no, that's based upon, because not, I'll give you an example. If I arrest somebody on a warrant out of Jackson County, I draw a case number and I write a report that I arrested that person on a warrant from another county. That's not a statted report, so that doesn't get reported under the NIBRS. So there's a number of, like, an unattended death that's just, somebody passes away in their home, that's not a report that's statted, that doesn't get reported to NIBRS. If it's a self-inflicted death, then that kind of report does get, but, the fact that your grandmother or your mom or someone just passed away in their sleep at home, that's not a type of report that gets statistic or gets static. Motor vehicle crashes, if I respond to a motor vehicle crash, I pull a case number on it, I do a DMV accident report form, and I do a crash report form, so that when your insurance company calls and says, can we get a copy of it, we charge them $25 for it. Motor vehicle crashes aren't reports that are sent in for statistics to the either through NIDRS, through that whole reporting system.
So it's what considered crime in.
Yeah, crime, yeah, so, yeah.
So how would the uncompleted reports impact those numbers?
They're not in there,
Okay, that's what I thought.
yeah.
All right, next category was, has,
on.
go ahead.
On the crime, are you doing crime still?
Yeah, I'm still.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Has violent crime increased or decreased over the past year? The answer was increased.
So can I interject on some of this? So I just was able to get to look at this as well as you guys. And so I tried to help assist with getting some information the best I could. And so on the NIBRS system, I pulled, you can separate out agency. And so as Captain Phil pointed out, that BPD, SO, Sheriff's Department, and OSP are the only reporting agencies in there. But you can separate them out. And what I tried to do was provide kind of an overview. So the first page is all, so it's all those agencies combined, so that we can kind of get an idea of what's happening in the county as a whole, minus Gold Beach PD and Port Orford PD. But so if you look, on a total in 2020, there was 1,716 criminal reports, and these are person crimes, property crimes, and society, which they consider DUI, etc.
DUI, discons.
Yeah.
Criminal trespasses in there, maybe.
Yeah.
Weapons law violations.
I literally dug and dug and dug trying to find a list of what's in each category, and
Yeah. Yeah, it can get that it's a deep rabbit hole, but it for this purpose, so we have a better understanding, I wanted to try at least to get to the inside the rabbit hole a little bit. So 2020 countywide total, those three agencies, 1,716. 2021, 1,662. 2022, 1,614. And BPD and OSP are the only ones who have current 2023 information. So that one's a little skewed, down at 574. But if you turn to page, then you'll get Curry SO, their statistics. And these are in total. So these are in total for these three reporting years, 2020, 2021, 2022. And
I will tell you that 2022 is 2 months short.
okay. So what you'll find is you can look on the side, you can see how many intimidations, simple assaults, aggravated assaults, other offenses, and then you go down, you can see the difference in the property crimes, and the rates of those crimes, and et cetera. And we can actually, I didn't have time. I pulled it for the all, but I didn't pull it for just the Sheriff's Department in terms of each year's data, so we could see the trend, which I apologize for that, because that would be extremely helpful. And if we have a break, I will work to go get that. The next one, you're going to see Brookings PD's numbers, exactly the same type of scale metric for comparison, so you can see trends there. And then the last one will be OSP's report for.
853 over the time period, I think.
Yeah, they had. Yeah, it's really hard. 873. Yeah. And then, so if you go past that page, I went on the FBI Crime Data Explorer. They had a pretty extensive amount of information regarding Curry County. You could break it down by department as well. And you'll see I put it in Excel form from 2012 to 2022. You'll see the CCSO's statistics for violent crime reported and then cleared. And then you'll see property crime reported and then cleared. And this one is a better to see the trend in raw data because you can see it. There was a high of crime in 2018. It was very evident. In 2018, we had 41 reported violent crimes, 270 reported property crimes in just with the sheriff's office. You know, in BPD we had 31 and 124. You know, and so you go down to Gold Beach PD, their information ends at 2018, and Port Orford PD didn't have any reports. But it gives us a little bit of a trend, if you will. So it looks to me like since 2018, violent crime has been trending down. Property crime has also trended down. It's kind of, but it's more linear because it seems like it has, you know, 270 was a lot. It was an anomaly year. It looks like 2018. I don't know what was in the water in Curry County, but something was in the water. But you know, it went down the subsequent years, but it's still high. If you look in 2022, it was 172 reported crimes, 18 cleared, and then you know you look down at BPD, you add those up, they have 120 and 78 cleared. So, I mean, if you just take those two agencies, you're at, you know, 292 in just that year. But
Can I ask what the cleared means?
I believe that means arrested.
Submitted to the district attorney for prosecution.
Okay.
Well, honestly, at the time you do the statistics, so I might be, I just finished my report on a burglary, okay? So I'm sitting at my computer and I stat the report, okay? So I enter into this little system over here, all of the data that they require for this. At that particular time, I haven't arrested anybody. It gets reported as, it gets submitted as this. That's how it gets reported. Honestly, if you go across the nation, unless you have someone that is hired specifically, that's their only job, is to do that data entry, that's what it is. That's what it gets. So if it's cleared at the time you're doing the report by arrest or by citation or exceptionally cleared, which is, it was not as reported or something like that.
Or filed with the DA, would that be another criteria for cleared?
Not necessarily.
Okay,
If you submitted the case for prosecution, it
If
would
you
be cleared.
submit it for prosecution. So
yeah.
And it doesn't matter the outcome of the prosecution, it matters that it was submitted to the justice system to be prosecuted. If a jury acquits somebody, the case is still cleared.
Okay.
And I'm gonna be honest, I mean, and the DA will tell you that this happens quite frequently. Well, it happens, and it happens from every agency that submits reports to the district attorney office. I get you're trespassing on my property. Okay, I get that call. And I can't, you know, nobody was there when I got there, there's no video evidence, there's no anything else, but you're adamant that you want your neighbor prosecuted for trespass. I wasn't there. I don't have enough to say one way or another that it happened or not. So what happens is I take or the deputy, or the police officer, or the trooper, or whoever takes a report on criminal trespass, and it gets statted, and it's submitted to the district attorney, and the district attorney looks at it, and he sends back to us a note that says, not enough information for prosecution, case declined. But it was submitted to him, and that also gets statted. So, like I said, in a perfect world where every agency in the world had the ability to go back and say, oh, guess what? These 3 burglaries were cleared, or the 6 or 7 or 8 in Agnes, we caught up to that person, and those are now cleared. That's not, it'll forever show that 76 were cleared and whatever, however many. It's a thing they try and track, but it's not 100%. It's not 100% science by any way, shape, or form.
So the data collection is, I mean, for these purposes, I think are important, but the collection methods are probably not as important as the trend, if you can. So can you give us your intuition as to, so I want to kind of go through these numbers because they're drastic, and it's both departments. So 2012, violent crime reported 14, 13. In 2013, it was 18. 2014, it was 14. 2015, it was 19. 2017, it really dipped at 4. And those are pretty static numbers, pretty consistent numbers. But then in 2018, it jumps to 41. 2019, it goes to 42. 2020, it's 26. 2021, 33. And 2022, 29. So it's almost a story of two. There's a definite timeline. Even when you look at Brookings, they go from 2, 6, 7, 3, and then jump up to 22, 31, 29, 21, 23, 20, 19. So do you know why? What was the catalyst for that jump in around 17, 18 that we've kind of maintained a consistent level of violent crime?
Well, property crime increased also.
So
Both categories did.
do you have a
When was,
an intuition?
remember the exact year, when was recreational marijuana legalized?
You know, Josh?
2011, 2012.
For recreational?
Oh, no.
No.
Maybe
That was medicinal?
Medicinal, yeah.
16.
Yeah, so,
Okay.
so we're starting to deregulate, right? Marijuana's legal, you can buy it anywhere. I don't know if that's all of it.
Measure 110. I don't know what,
Now
That was 2020, right?
21.
21? Yeah, it was evident that, in between 2017 and 2018, something changed, and it was countywide. And I'm sure if we pulled the deck back even further, we'd probably look at the state and
Yeah.
see similar metrics, but
And my other question is, and I don't have the answer to it, I'm speculating, I don't remember what year exactly recreational marijuana came into effect. Because what that did at the time, it's more prevalent now, but at the time, I think Colorado and one other state had recreational marijuana. And so, just like Colorado saw, you had people that, more people are gonna go because I can go there and I can smoke pot on vacation and I can go home where it's a felony. And so we did see some of that occurring. But I don't know if that's the answer or not. But then also, the other question would be, in those particular years, that would have been the old UCR, the Uniform Crime Report System, did they add a crime to the category? Did they, was it maybe that a particular crime had been in another category and they put that into the violent crime? I don't know.
Josh, were there any sentencing changes during those years that may have impacted the release of criminals back into the community?
I don't know about release of criminals into the community, but the one thing I thought of, methamphetamine use leads to a lot more crime than marijuana use. And around, I think it was 2018, maybe 2017, decriminalized possession of methamphetamine to a misdemeanor, and a lot of different caveats on it could be a felony if you had a previous conviction, but a methamphetamine conviction or possession was reduced to a misdemeanor from a felony. So I think that might correlate.
sure.
Yeah.
No, and, and I just, I want to say, I understand that, this ask may have been, seen as a PIA, an obstacle. But really, the true essence is it's an opportunity to inform the public, number one, of what we're doing, what you do, and what the money that they spend is producing. And so, and these trends are important also for individuals to know and understand. Like if when marijuana became legal and we are a border town or border county, if that you brought in a new climate of invitation because we are so close to the border and that increased crime, those are things I think that if we had raw data would make a big difference in our community's perception of those items. And the point that amphetamines was reclassified as a misdemeanor in that time frame, and we see a subsequent trend in uptick in violent and property crimes. those are good explanations to understand that, we need to be able to inform the community of those dangers, and also just make them aware of the decisions that are being made at the state level that are impacting us at the local level tremendously. Not only in the volume of work that's having to be done, but the overall impact on quality of life for Curry County, and the state of Oregon as a whole. So I hope that it can be viewed, these types of situations can be viewed as more opportunistic than maybe an obstacle. But and maybe it is, but I just wanted to kind of get that out. That the reason why we're going through this is not only to be able to have a very, very good understanding of what it is in the entirety and the opportunity for you to kind of boast up what the CCSO accomplishes, but to really bring relevance to every single funding opportunity that comes that direction. So, and the need, right? And so I think I just wanted to get that out as we go through this, because we're only about halfway through, So just wanted to kind of clear the air with that.
17%, how does that compare statewide?
I wasn't able to break it down percentage-wise. It was just raw data numbers.
And all I did was merely just do the math to get the percentage. If there were 228, the percentage, the 17.4 that we're talking about is if you take just the sheriff's office person crimes and you divide that by the
Total number between
the total number of
person
all
and property?
Yeah, then that's a 17.4% are person crimes. Roughly, I think 40% are property crimes, and then
44%.
44% is property crimes, and then you have, so it's merely just doing the math. And then you have your society crimes are 30 something, and then your others are, and I dug trying to find so I could answer what's in the other category, because I had a printout the same thing, but you guys already have it. So but the other category, I can't tell you what's in besides the driving crimes, traffic crimes.
But do we know what the violent crime rate is in Oregon?
I don't know.
Well, when I was looking at the overall statistics, the violent crime was actually on the rise when you looked at the whole state of Oregon. But when you just zoomed in on Curry and pulled up Curry, it was declining. And there was a blip. It was a 2018 blip, and then it's like this. So if you look at it in comparison to 2012, 13, 14, 15, it's up. But it looks like this. Whereas the state of Oregon looks more like that. And I think that probably has a lot to do with the urban areas. And so I apologize for anybody watching if my hand gestures were not a very good graph.
2 years of data for Curry County. Until that stuff gets caught back up and entered, it's not in those numbers, so.
Yeah, so if, moving forward, if you go to the next page of this, you're going to see, I just pulled out 2022, because 2023 we don't have full information for. But if you look at 2022, then you can kind of compare the county wide with the three most arresting departments and office. So you can look at compare 2022 to 2021 to 2020 on each individual crime, if you will. You can identify 74 cases of intimidation in 2021. There was 50. So there was an increase from 2021 to 2022 in those ones. So, and it's a lot of data to absorb. Wouldn't expect everybody to understand it, but I think having Captain and Sheriff here to provide us, I understand it's a lot of times it's speculation, but informed speculation is still good information. So you can see overall cases are down, but in certain areas cases are up. And so you can decipher that. It looks like, society crimes are up across the board.
Way up. And hopefully, in the next couple of weeks, the rest of the stuff will be caught up as far as those numbers go. And when you look at that, but I can tell you just from what we respond to, the society crimes are way up. I mean, everyone knows that, how many times when you go to McKay's, do you see somebody there, and it doesn't matter which McKay's. And I'm not picking on McKay's, don't take that, but, or you go to Fred Meyer's and there's somebody there yelling, screaming, being disorderly, being disruptive, that people call in, whether it's down at the grocery stores at Harbor, they're trespassing. We have a lot of people in our community that whether they're homeless or not homeless, because some of them own their homes, that have mental issues, that live in our community, that go places and cause disturbances all over the place. And honestly, we spend a lot of time responding to those. Those are very high visibility type crimes. Sometimes when we get there, the person's left. There's one particular, and one of the problems that we run into with some of that stuff is the lack of services throughout, not just our community, but all communities. We have people that we deal with on almost a daily basis that have been adjudicated by the court as not able to aid and assist in their own defense. So they might be causing a disturbance and we arrest them and we bring them to jail, but the district attorney cannot prosecute that person. So we end up having to release them. We can't get them a bed. They're on a misdemeanor crime, so they can't go to the state hospital. I'm gonna be honest, what ends up happening, and our corrections deputies take it, and I'm gonna be literal, right in the face, because you're in on a disorderly conduct, but you have mental health issues, and we're holding you in jail trying to get you services, and the judge has remanded them back to the jail, and they haven't been released, and they yell, they scream, and they end up spitting on one of my corrections deputies. Well, now that just became a felony, and thankfully our district attorney prosecutes those, but then they go to the state hospital. But guess what the state hospital started doing? The state started tracking that, because a lot of counties were sending, it's a misdemeanor, they spit on a corrections deputy, but nobody ever gets prosecuted. They go to the state hospital, and then as soon as they come back, they release them. And so the state is now tracking that to ensure that counties aren't just sloughing problems back to the state hospital. Our district attorney prosecutes those. And it carries a 13-month prison sentence when that happens. But our deputies are being spit on, and so you don't know, does that person have a communicable disease? So now they have to go through processes. So it's a vicious cycle that, it's not just here, it's happening across the state, but we truly have a lack of services on a lot of fronts that help contribute to the problems that we have. Plus the burglaries, plus the trespasses, plus the assaults and everything else that goes along with that. And then we're trying to send, and you guys are looking at trying to how to fund the sheriff's office, but put yourself in one of my deputies' position, and you get called to go deal with an out-of-control mental person, and you're the only one on duty, and you have to go respond to that. That's what these cuts are looking at. So if we end up cutting farther than what we are already looking at, now we're looking at sending guys to go deal with this kind of stuff. Because it doesn't have to be.
If we have anybody.
It doesn't have to be because that particular crime's not going to get statted as a violent crime. But it's a very dangerous crime to respond to at times. Sometimes you go there and they're happy to go back to jail because they know they're gonna get breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and it's not raining inside the building most of the time.
Well, with 56% of all law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty in small communities, this is a dangerous job.
Yeah.
Do you have more to go through?
No, that was just for people to have some extra crime data to look at.
All right, I'm going to go through a few more of these answers now. What part of the county has the most violent crime? The answer was no stats available to determine, but South County has the largest population. What part of the county has the most property crime? South and North County that border Coos in California. Is there any metrics to say what those numbers might be?
Well, again, I can have.
Educated guess.
But yeah, those right now are just based on what we see. Now, there is when dispatch enters data, like when they send somebody to a call, there's a zone, but again, I have to sit down and I didn't have an opportunity to add that one to the report, to sit down with the software engineer to have him recreate, to run those reports by zone and not just by agency.
All right, then, in what time frame does most violent crime occur? Obviously, that would impact staffing needs. The answer was no specific time, it varies. And in what time frame does most property crime occur? The answer was no specific time, it varies. Next category is civil subpoenas.
Wait, hold on one second. Can those numbers be gotten?
Well, okay, so the answer is, I don't know. But I don't know if that's something I would have to talk to CMI and find out. Can you create a report that will get me this? But I can tell you that honestly, if you're talking shoplifting, most of that happens during the daytime. If you're talking burglaries, most of that happens at night. But most of it, especially on burglaries and property crimes, most of it is reported on Monday morning or whatever morning the day after. So you're gone for 3 days over the weekend. That's why if you look at the calls by volume, Monday is one of our busiest days because people are gone all weekend and they come back and, the place has been broken into, so they call Monday morning. Or, that's generally the reports come in after it happens. So,
It seems like Monday is usually a big day for arraignment as well.
yeah.
Yeah, people that you got picked up during the weekend. So then it would be fair to say that a lot of this stuff at least happens on the weekends. That would be an important thing so that you could, because when you said earlier that if cuts are made, you're going to be sending people out alone. It seems like whether cuts are made or not,
We already
well,
It's gonna be worse.
yeah, and it's not, you shouldn't do it, and if you're doing it, you should be definitely laser focused on when staffing should be. If dangerous stuff is happening over the weekend, guys gotta go out, then that's when it needs to be upper staffed.
Well, and if you look at our basically admin works day shift, sergeants work mid shift, and all of the deputies are working swing shifts when that stuff's occurring. Most of your, I'll call your nuisance crime, I'll just call them nuisance crimes, somebody's trespassing at McKay's or at the medical center or wherever. Most of that stuff occurs most of those reports come in during the day, and admin handles quite a few of those. Sergeants handle a bunch of them, but because most of the time when the businesses are closed, there's nobody to report that somebody's sleeping on my front porch there. So, I mean, those kind of calls. But most of our violent, most of our assaults, most of that stuff happens in the evening. I mean, when people, bar fights, intoxicated people. Most of the time, that starts happening after about 5:36. For those that are quick drinkers, by 5:15, they've already had their first couple after they get off work. That's historical. I mean, that's just so, yeah, that's why we do not have deputies on day shifts right now. We have the detectives, we have the admin, and like the sergeants work mid shifts. They work from like 10 to 8 so that they can take care of some of their sergeant responsibilities to, approve reports and get those up to admin so that, or to the administrative assistant, so then she can disseminate them and still be available to supervise the troops on their end of the week. So,
All right, and I just want to cover for the people watching at home, Captain, you mentioned CMI. And that's, correct me if I'm wrong in the acronym, Custom Micro Incorporated, is that correct? Something similar to that. That's ultimately Justice. And to get the information, you query Justice, and then they provide you the information and feedback you're asking for. So regarding civil subpoenas, how many civil subpoenas were served last year? Approximately 1,100 was the answer. Does not reflect several subjects served on civil attempt.
And what that mean is, if we have a civil paper and we go and serve it, there may be 4 people on that same civil paper that we have to go to different addresses, but it only accumulates to one civil service.
And then has the number of civil subpoenas increased or decreased over the past 6 months? You said it increased. We are getting a large amount from Western Mercantile. Do you know the percentage of increase or what those numbers might be?
I don't know the numbers, but I can tell you it's at least 15-20% increase, because Western Mercantile now sends us all their requests for civil services.
Basically what happened was, the judges ruled, or they made a ruling in their court that you can't, the Oregon Revised Statute sets the fee that the sheriff's office can charge for service of civil paper.
Which is $45, right?
Well, it's $45 if you read the statute, but then there's also a OAR that allowed Oregon Department of Revenue to do a study and do a cost of living increase on those fees. So it actually, with that OAR included, it's $50. So, and by statute, if you're serving a civil paper that's over a 77-mile round trip from the courthouse, you can then charge an additional X amount of dollars for mileage. So with the exception of if you're on the other side of Agnes, all the way like up Illahee, we don't get to charge the mileage. But what was happening was your private process servers were charging mileage, and the judge said, you can't do that anymore. You can charge, because it's not, it might be, you might live in Coos Bay and it's more than a 77-mile round trip for you, and you're coming down here and serving papers, but you can only charge mileage if it's more than the 77-mile round trip from the courthouse. So all of those private process servers are like, we're not serving papers in Curry County anymore. So
Right.
all of those are now coming to us.
Which
That's
is,
a local decision?
That was a little, I think Curry, Coos also did the
Okay.
same thing.
which is important to recognize, because it does sound like it's trending upward. And then the next question, which is probably the most important question, is what is the average amount of time spent per day serving civil subpoenas? You can listen to the radio and hear that. But it's, the answer was 2 or 3 hours during each deputy's shift while handling other calls. So that's quite a bit of time that each deputy is devoting towards serving those civil subpoenas, not to mention traveling in and out of areas where, if South County's seeing the highest proportions of crime, that it would be better for them to be available to respond to that, to lower the response time. So that leads into my question of, would it be more efficient or financially, from a financial and a staffing perspective, to look at hiring a non-sworn person that just serves civils?
It's our chief civil deputy. You know, I told her if she has time to go out and serve civil, if she could do that, but she has absolutely no time.
Right. Right, but wouldn't that free up the valuable time of the deputies in terms of, it would impact response times, and it would impact their ability to be in areas where they're more needed, where crime is more likely to occur?
And their ability to complete reports so that we could have accurate data.
We're saying you have like average 3 a day, looks like 100 a year, right?
But there's a lot to that. I mean, you
I
gotta,
understand.
you gotta track people down and,
You have to track people down, and honestly, yeah, it's, sometimes, some days you're lucky. Like the last time I went out was 2 weeks ago. I grabbed all the central, the guys were being swamped. I'm looking at the board, so I grabbed all of the central papers for service in the central area of the
Right.
county. I think at the time, there were 9 of them in the box to be served. I went to every address on every one, and I managed to serve one of those. But it took me 4 hours to drive. I mean, you have
Right.
one in Cedar Valley and one on North Bank and 3 in Gold Beach and one out in Ophir. And by the time, you kind of, the best way to teach a new guy in the county that's a deputy, the geographic area of the county is give them all the civils and tell them, find your way to get these places. But,
Right.
so you make your little loop, but, you just spent 4 hours trying to serve papers and you got one done.
Right, so that goes back to my question of wouldn't that be a more effective use of the valuable deputy's time by having a non-sworn person complete that task for the sheriff's office?
Yes and no. It's not a yes and no, that's not a yes or no answer. On the face of it, by all means, on the face of it. On the.
Serving
on
civil
the- on
process
the-
could be very dangerous as well.
Sure, sure.
There's a lot of deputies that have been shot serving papers.
Absolutely. And I'm sure there's a training that could be incorporated into a non-sworn person that would be, or even a threat matrix associated to the serving of each civil subpoena that would be, once that threat matrix is met, then that goes to a deputy.
Like I said, on the face of that, yes, probably would be. But then we're gonna create another position to do that. But and believe me, it's something that we've looked at in the past, and if we would have gotten the function or the levy and the funding that we were looking at, that may have been an option. But so, like I said, on the easy answer is, well, of course, you have a non-sworn person, you're not paying as much, they're doing that. Okay, that's the easy answer, but that's not the whole answer. And because there's a lot more looking at it than just that. So.
All right, and
I just ran some of the numbers based on the information given for just the subpoenas. So if you took 1,100 civils, at an average, it says 2 to 3, so an average of 2.5 hours, 150 minutes. It would average 6.6 hours per day per deputy for civils.
But like I say, they grab the civils and they put them in their car and they serve them as they're in between calls when they're in that area. So, but it takes time to do that.
And he was right. If Joan, our chief civil deputy, sends out an email to all the guys, hey, I'm getting phone calls on these civils, so they grab the civils, but Ted's comment was right. If they didn't have to do that, then they could either be writing reports to catch up on reports. It's a vicious circle when you don't have enough, you guys know, when you don't have enough people to do everything that you're supposed to be doing, you have to prioritize and you get done what you can get done.
all right, and so moving forward, and one of the questions I didn't ask, and I appreciate including this, was what I didn't ask was amounts, new concealed handgun license and renewals, which are 144 new and 261 renewal. And those are time consuming as well.
And very time consuming based on all the other civil process that she has to do.
All right, now moving into the jail category, what is the current jail population? 21 today, but changes daily. How many people were booked into the jail by each agency? Curry County Sheriff's Office was 398, BPD was 170, Port Orford Police Department was 56, Gold Beach PD was 112, and OSP was 34. What is the, go ahead.
Is that on a,
2023.
okay, so that's a year, okay, thank you.
And then, what is the average cost per day per inmate? That's 175.01?
Well, okay, so is that our number or is that?
That's a state number.
Okay, so he provided that number. The down and dirty way to do it is, what's our budget, our total budget for the year 23 that we spent, divide that by 365, and our average daily population was 33 for that year, I think. So divide that number by 33, and that's gonna give you what our cost is
So I
on
did,
average.
I'm a numbers person. So, I took the numbers that you provided, and it would make an average daily inmate of 17.26 inmates. Based on these total numbers, and I'm saying this is just daily average, when
That
you,
number is very low compared to what we normally have in there.
that's just based on these 2023 numbers.
So that doesn't include, the court sends somebody that just got sentenced, that's just the number of people that were lodged by the agency. So what that doesn't include, those numbers, if you just do by the number of people that were booked by the agency. That doesn't include, he got booked by Brookings Police Department on a burglary, he bailed out, and then 3 months later, Josh got him prosecuted, and he got 6 months in the county jail. Those numbers don't.
So these are
include
false
that.
numbers?
That's in, no, those are numbers booked by agency. If you look at the average daily population number of 33, that includes everybody in here. What, because like, all right, so.
And where did
We take that same burglar, okay, so he's arrested on burglary, Brookings Police Department arrested him. And the judge is like, you know, you failed to appear in the past, you're a flight risk, so we're going to remand you back to the custody of the jail. And he spends the next 6 months sitting in jail waiting trial. And then he goes to trial and he's given 180 days, so he gets out with time served. You take the gentleman right now, one of them that we're holding on one of our homicides, I think he's been here over a year, and I think his trial isn't even scheduled till next year, so the number of people booked by agency, that's not the number you use to get your average daily population. So, the sheriff, I think he sent the report, the annual report from the jail, 2023, that has, I think it's pretty sure the average daily population was 33. That's based upon the jail, the number of people that are in jail every day, not by the number of booking.
Okay, so if you do simple math of then the average daily of $175.01 that you said that was the average cost per day of inmate, that is less than what 23's budget was that you used. So the 175.01 is not the actual cost that the county has.
That's not our actual cost, no.
So then why are we saying that's the average cost per day per inmate when that's not our average cost per day per inmate?
Because that was the state number they got.
That's the average.
That's a state number, because I was over at the sheriff's conference this last week and a half ago. Every sheriff in there, and we all talked about the daily cost of the inmates. And the average was, not the average, but the state recorded it as 175 plus .01 or something.
And that's because that's what parole and probation gets per the state, correct, per day if we were to, because that's what the state pays us.
That's what the state pays.
Yes, so that's how they came up, so that's a state number essentially, not a Curry County
The
number.
state uses the average across the state.
Okay,
If you take, our average daily population for 2023 was 31 people.
yeah.
So that's our average daily population.
So that means, and if we use this number, just to put these numbers in perspective, if we use these numbers, it's $1.5 million when the budget for 23 was 2.4,
Using what number?
175.
That's not our number.
But that's what I'm saying, that's what we were asking here, and that's what was given.
What is our number?
So do use the exact same math, what our budget is. Our average daily population is 31. I don't have the 2023.
Yeah, I have it here. Let me look really quickly.
While we're working on that, Natasha, can you come in here and check the sheriff's microphone? Because I got some messages saying that people watching can't hear.
Oh, I think it's just because
Oh, okay.
Captain steps away.
I'm
But-
talking to that one right now, so.
While she's doing that, I had a question. So when you go to the average days incarcerated as 60 days, so I had 770 people booked in by agency. If the average stay for the 770 people is 60 days, it would actually require 126 beds to facilitate that. So I'm trying to figure out how you quantified 60 days average stay for your inmates.
What numbers did you use?
I used the 770. So the total number of booked by jail by agency, right? So I use that times, so 770 times 60 days, because that would be average for 770, 60 days. You take that, divide that by the 365, how many days we have, and it would require 126.5 beds.
Honestly, because that's an average. Some of them spend a day, and some of them spend a year.
Sure.
But it's the average, so.
But the average of 770, if it's 60 days, that's what it would equate to.
I didn't create those numbers, that 2023 report, so I don't know what.
Okay.
I can't answer that question. I don't know
Okay.
what formula they use to get those numbers. But, you know, I know from working in a jail and being around our jail, I mean, some people get out the door before the deputy finishes writing their probable cause affidavit, and some of them spend the whole, you know, they spend the
Sure.
next 2 years in the county jail waiting trial to go to prison, so. And so the average,
Yeah.
yeah.
Just for
Sorry,
clarification,
I can't answer that.
it's
I
fine.
didn't provide that number, so
I-
I don't know how they came up with it.
I understand. When, just for clarification for the public, how many jail beds do we have?
35.
35, okay. I knew that number, but I just wanted to make sure
It
everybody,
doesn't mean we can always have 35 beds available.
you got PREA, you got a lot of things you got to work through. I
A lot
understand.
of times we have somebody come in that has a mental issue, we can't put them with anybody else, and they take up bed space. So
Yeah, but we have 35 beds. Sometimes they're just not all
there
available.
have been times where we've had over 35 people in the jail because we've had to put them in on the visitation floor just because of the crimes that were happening at the time.
Like waiting to book somebody and then waiting to kick someone out.
One of the questions was what's the average length of time in the jail? And that's, as Jay stated, 60 days approximately. And then what are the state mandated staffing levels per the jail? State mandate is 2 deputies. And then another question I had was how many inmates were transported to other correctional facilities over the past year? That's 150. That's quite a bit. Transporting out of the area, are we still using a reserve correctional staff or road deputies? What does that look like?
All of the above.
Okay.
Most of it is done by the corrections deputies, and we do have one reserve that does a lot for us. That he's a volunteer.
But that usually goes to the state hospital when he takes the long trips.
Yeah, when we have to
Okay.
do a long trip, just for those that don't know, we participate in what's called the Oregon Shuttle System, and it's an agreement amongst, it's an agreement amongst all the sheriffs, so most of the time, we transport, it doesn't matter, we arrest somebody on a warrant for Washington County, or Multnomah County, or Marion County, or somewhere else. What happens most weeks is, we leave here at 4 o'clock in the morning with whoever is going somewhere else, and we take them to Coos Bay, or to Coquille, excuse me. We take them to Coos County, and then Coos County takes them to Douglas, and Douglas takes them to Marion, and Marion takes them to somewhere else, and each county does a leg of the transport. Because what used to happen is, we would have a warrant for someone up in Multnomah County, and so we'd have to drive to Portland to get them, but at the same time, Multnomah County had a warrant for somebody and so if you happen to have one coinciding, sometimes you would meet in the middle, but we had people traveling all over the state, all over the time, and so the sheriffs came together, and then it became big, and it's a pretty big program now that covers most of the West, but, so we participate in that, and we also service people coming up out of California, so, we try and get them either to Modoc County or to Eureka, and then we also provide that part of the leg. So people going to California, a lot of them, they either come through us or they come through Jackson County, and so we participate in that, so.
All right.
So I have the number on the jail.
Okay.
So it looks like based on FY '23's budget, the daily cost was $230.24 for Curry County.
Per
Per
day,
inmate.
Per inmate.
Yeah, based on the number.
Wow.
What-
So,
Sorry, what was that number?
$230.24.
I'm gonna be, I've ran jails before here and I've been part of the jail. It's cheaper to run a big jail than it is to run a
Yeah.
small jail.
of course.
Well, we're out at the end of the supply chain too, so I mean, I can imagine all that.
So this leads into the next question, and we only have one more category to go through, everyone, so please bear with me. So on the jail, if we decrease the jail population to a minimum, and I'm just gonna pick a random number here of 20, let's say, what would the cost savings look like if we were to do that?
We would save around $22,000 in our cost of food. And we would save some money that I can't give you a number on cost of medical. Because cost of medical is we budget a number, but you couldn't, this county no county has enough money to put in a reserve or in a contingency to pay for 100% of the medical. Because we're responsible for everybody in jail for their medical needs while they're in jail.
Yeah, whatever medications people are on, the insurance isn't paying for that while you're in custody, so becomes our burden and our responsibility.
Your insurance is, if you have OHP, if you have Medicaid, Medicare, it's canceled the minute you walk through the door, and we absorb those costs. If you have private insurance, most of the people we deal with do not have private insurance. So the only way that we get around that is if we have somebody that has a very severe medical problem and they're hospitalized for more than 24 hours, then we can get OHP to kick back in, but most of the people we deal with aren't hospitalized for 24 hours. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, we have a person in our custody right now that has a medical issue that we're probably going to have to pay for a surgery on. We cannot release this person. He's being held on a violent crime, and we're going to have to pay for about a $47,000 surgery. That is a medical necessity.
Yeah.
So,
That
I don't
is,
know when that bill's coming.
that is the cost of doing,
So, I mean,
Business.
so we can't, if I was truly trying to budget for medical in the jail, it would be a lot more than the $45,000 that we have listed, so. So we're not gonna save, we will save some money. I mean, we'll save on the cost of linens, the cost of food, medical costs. But we're not gonna save on staff, and that's our biggest expense, because you still have to have the same minimum amount of staffing.
And what's it cost? So you drop 11 beds, and then you have to get the inmate to some other facility?
No,
Or you still- you just
no,
go-
then you say they're released back into the community based upon a matrix of who's the worst of the worst. I mean, you kick out the best.
The least of the worst,
The
yeah.
least of the worst, the best of the worst. I mean, there's a matrix that is there that, that says if you get a score and the lower score, if we have 20 beds and you're number 21, if your score is lower, you get booked in the
Bless you.
release. If your score is higher than somebody else's, the person with the lowest score goes out the door.
So with the people with the lower scores, if they were electronically monitored, we wouldn't be responsible for the medical.
We would not be responsible for their medical because
They wouldn't be
they would be
incarcerated.
their OHP would kick back in, and what they would have to do is they would have to report and say, hey, I have a doctor's appointment, so that we could then expand their geofence that would allow them to
Okay.
go to a doctor's appointment. Yeah, so, and that was one of the programs that we were looking at that was expanding that. And we do have the ability, and we occasionally do electronic monitoring, but that's a cost to us when we do that. It's cheaper than being in custody, but not everyone is a candidate for electronic monitoring. So,
right, and I did look at the cost of electronic monitoring, if that cost could be put on the inmate or the person in custody, and it doesn't look like we can do that.
we can get reimbursed for some medical, which we do, we bill that, but after the Department of Revenue sends us their tax return the first time, they quit filing taxes, and we don't even get that anymore. So, but we do attempt to collect what we can for those costs, so.
All right, final category, search and rescue. How many volunteer search and rescue members do we currently have? That number is 45. How many search and rescue calls did we have last year? Approximately 15. What is the average cost per search and rescue call? The estimate was $1,500. That includes deputy salaries and equipment cost, including fuels. What is the most frequent time for search and rescue calls? This varies. The answer is this varies. As some calls are during the night, have to be pending until daylight for obvious reasons. And then what is the most frequent day of a search and rescue call out? There is none, no information for this. Do we have to have, so is there a mandate? Is it necessary? I mean, it makes sense to, of course, but having a patrol deputy on scene during the search and rescue, are there mandates associated with that, or?
The mandate is that the sheriff is responsible for all searches within the county, all search and rescue within the county. So it's the county's responsibility. So we can't pass that off to a volunteer, that liability.
Right.
So
The responsibility.
The responsibility.
yeah, excuse me, the responsibility and the liability that goes with the search and including and ensuring that it is.
'Cause-
So that's why one of our sergeant positions, even though if you look at it, well, he only supervises one full-time employee, which he does, he supervises the Marine deputy, one of our sergeants does. And he also fulfills the role of the forest patrol deputy. But his biggest responsibility is supervising the 45 search and rescue volunteers and ensuring that the searches are handled properly and that people get the training that they need. It shows that we have 15 searches is what he reported.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure you know, it was only when 6 months ago, we were trying to dig some search and rescue data out of our system and we couldn't get it, so we changed how it's now captured. And so it has special codes that weren't used before to distinguish that, that this assist call is actually a search and rescue call out. We couldn't pull that. We couldn't just easily pull it out. So in the last 6 months, we've changed that. But what that doesn't show is that our search and rescue team, through the different guys that do stuff, they have 4 trainings and a meeting every month that they do. I mean,
Right.
because, thankfully, our volunteers do our technical rope rescue and all of that kind of stuff that, if we had 5 deputies trying to rappel off a cliff to go get somebody, I mean, our costs would be astronomical compared to the average. And I think that average of 1,500 it's an estimate.
Yeah,
It's not a hard number.
And those volunteers save lives. They're just like the fire departments that we have here. They're just like all of the other volunteers that this community relies on, and they're very well trained. They work hard to maintain that level of training. Absolutely, and
Great pride.
They have to pass tests for state certification as well, and that's once a year. And we do overnight to accumulate all the training for the year that they've done, so they can show their competency at it. I can explain something a little bit more about SAR, and the person we have in charge as sergeant is the SAR coordinator. I assigned him as the SAR coordinator. He is responsible for coordinating all search and rescue missions. The SAR coordinator is also the Marine deputy supervisor who manages approximately 45 volunteers. We had a number of 50. Even though we have a number of 50 volunteers or 45 volunteers, not all of them show up at once. We have about 15 people that are dedicated enough that we're there all the time. But we still have to give Julie all the hours of all the volunteer hours for each month. The calls are consisting training, setting up monthly meetings, monthly trainings, and required topics, outfitting volunteers with necessary equipment and clothing. The SAR coordinator is responsible for maintaining the SAR vehicles and outfitting with proper safety gear for rescues or recoveries. SAR coordinator works with 9 different counties within the Core SAR which is California Oregon Regional Search and Rescue, providing resources for accepting resources for necessary. The SAR coordinator tracks volunteer and training hours and makes the reports to OEM on every SAR issue. We have a very high praise SAR team, and we have done many rescues and recoveries. It's just a snapshot of what a SAR coordinator does, and that's why we have to have somebody paid that is responsible for that.
All right, thank you. That's all I have on the dissemination of the statistical information. That puts things, definitely gives me a better perspective of things. Hopefully it did for you guys too. This is, I mean, very important and valuable information, and it offers the perspective that I think we all need.
I know you guys were upset about some of the documentation and everything, but we did the best we could with what we have. And from this point on, we will work harder to get the stats properly where we can just pull them at a moment's notice. But that's going to take some time.
And we're not dealing with a newer, modern, I mean, we've looked at, for a couple of years, you know, we were trying to find a newer, more modern records management system that makes it that you don't, that all these reports, all these things, you can click here, here, and here, and it'll spit out. I can choose what I want, when I want, and it'll give me a report on those fields that I selected. I can't do that with our system. I have to, like I said, I have to get a hold of our software engineer, and he creates the report within the system, and then he puts it on a table where I can access it and then put the date and times, you know, the time frames, like I did on the, you know, broke it down by quarter, by 4-month increments.
Right.
You know, I can select the agency, or I can select the time period, and, you know, so it's.
Sounds
And
highly inefficient.
He doesn't do it for free either. It gets expensive.
It sounds expensive, and it sounds like that should be a top priority to bring law enforcement into the modern era here in Curry County. That's what we're doing on the non-law enforcement side, by, you know, and that's where we're making our primary push so that we can be efficient and everybody can see what every other department's doing in it with a click of a button.
Right, and part of the issue that we face on that is when you start looking at a records management system, well, the one for Brookings Police Department, it might be at $200,000. But they truly have a CAD system and a report writing system, and that's what they have. We have a CAD system, which is your computer-aided dispatch. We have a report writing system, which is your RMS part. And then we have a booking program and a jail management. So you have a booking and a jail management and civil. That all of those are part, and so, I mean, it's not a cheap, it is not an inexpensive piece of software to purchase.
Nothing about what I've heard today is inexpensive.
No,
So
nothing.
I just think that it's you know, sometimes you have to spend money to make money.
And if you want to, I mean, I know that, you know, one of the comments made earlier was, you know, the sheriff's office is 2/3 of the general fund obligation, or the general fund budget, or something like that. I mean, that wasn't today.
Basically.
But you can look at any county in the state, with the exception of those that have law enforcement districts that aren't part of the county general fund anymore, or the county budget, and every one of them take up about the same percentage
Yeah, no, the point wasn't about the percentage. The point was about
of cost.
not necessarily cost, but the being able to explain these things to the public on where 2/3 of their tax dollars are going and how they're being spent.
And I guess why I'm bringing that up is, that's not just here. That's every county in the state is the same, close to the same type of percentages for their
Sure.
law enforcement entities. It's not just here.
All right, does anybody need to take a break, or can we?
I think we need to take a break because I got a bunch of messages about our technical issues keep going in and out on our video feeds. So we may need to have that looked at.
What would you like to do? Recommendations?
Are we needed? We have some other obligations.
I don't think so.
Thank you.
Just so you know, just for FYI, there was a big fire down at the Pistol River School. The old school burnt down last night. Well, night before last. And I've had deputies and state fire marshals and state fire investigators there all day yesterday. And it is an arson, so.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
I guess I'm gonna ask if we don't, I mean, if we're looking at, not on the budget committee, but I have to deal with whatever the outcome of this is, are we looking at, where we're proposed? Are we looking at other reductions from what are proposed, and, is that going to be discussed today?
Yes.
Yes.
All of the above.
All the above, okay, so,
And we only just got this
right.
information today, so it's gonna be.
Can we do 10 minutes?
Sure.
That'd be great.
Okay.
All right, we'll take a 10-minute break.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Natasha's given me the thumbs up, so the Curry County Budget Committee is back on the record. And just for those watching online or trying to watch online, we're having some interruptions with our internet service, so we may be in and out. That being the case, we will post this meeting immediately on the website when it's completed. So moving forward in the agenda is now continuing the discussion of the budget, and I'll turn it over to Keena.
All right. Okay, I provided you with a non-departmental general fund breakdown. The yellow column, excuse me, is the proposed cuts that we received for the department heads. This was with the additional 41% cuts that of those that partook in that activity. So let's go down the blue column, which is option 1. So option 1 in here increases overall resources within the non-departmental general fund by using the $400,000 of TLT funds, moving that into the non-departmental. You'll see that in red. It's also transferring $100,000 from the county parks reserve into the general fund as well, which then raises the general fund resources to end at $6,179,775.
I guess right off the bat, my concerns with that would be, kind of like counting a grant before we have the guarantee.
Of TLT?
Yeah, are we gonna find ourselves just getting it yanked out from underneath us by a year?
No, not TLT. No, TLT, the transient lodging tax, this is actually a,
Oh, he's well aware, he pays it.
yeah, but this, no, this,
The sheriff portion,
yeah, this was the portion that was used elsewhere.
okay, yeah, that we didn't account for.
Yes,
Okay.
correct. And I'm also estimating low
Yeah.
with $400,000. So
How low?
Well,
I want to say for FY '24 currently, it would be about, I don't know, another $100,000 difference or so.
yeah, because prices have increased, not necessarily that there's more lodging. But lodging at facilities have had to increase their prices, which increases the percentage.
Yeah.
And there may have been a little bit more, but you'd be able to tell us better on statistics of that. But it's been, the percentage is, in terms of incoming for the last 3 years, has been really pretty consistent.
Yeah.
A pretty consistent number.
500,000 we're talking about that the sheriff put in the one time?
No,
No.
no.
That was already in the budget.
That's what I'm asking that.
That's our,
Is that what you were talking about?
No, I got confused, because originally yesterday we had some discussion about reaching out to Orla, but I remembered that our original budget had not incorporated the actual
Correct.
TLT that was for Sheriff Patrol.
Correct.
So that we're putting it in.
Putting it in,
Yeah.
into the general fund here. Okay, so then at the bottom of the first page, in red in the blue column, this is restoring the treasurer to a full FTE position. So increasing the transfer to treasury slightly. And then on the second page, the assessor. This would be increasing the assessor's office by 1 FTE. That would make it a total of 5 FTE from the 41% cut that she proposed.
isn't it a total of 6? Because they have.
Oh,
five.
yes, sorry, for a total of 6 FTE, I'm sorry. This would include a transfer or a restoring 1 FTE to the district attorney's office to accommodate the legal assistant position. It would be reducing elections and recording by, or to 3 regular FTE and 1.5 irregular FTE position. Currently at 5.5 FTE, so decreasing it by 2 FTE. This would be reducing juvenile to a total of 5 FTE, which is just slightly less than the projection that she provided. It's using around her 10% additional cut model that she provided us. This would be leaving the surveyor at the 0.5. So for a full FTE within the surveyor's office, which is half the surveyor and half an office.
But it's in red, so it's removing that amount from the budget.
No, in red, nope, the red that I'm using in here is just to highlight the differences from the prior yellows. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Okay.
not using debits or credits. This is purely for the purpose of the differences in the column.
Got it.
For veterans, this would be adding back the 0.3. So he would have a full FTE and then a 0.5 female FTE for a 1.5 FTE to encompass the sexual assaults and others within that. This would be removing all general fund support to civil, criminal, and patrol. And this would be leaving the jail as budgeted with the cuts provided. And so at the bottom, this is actually leaving us $115,294 in an operating contingency. It would be my suggestion that we have some sort of operating contingency to cover such items as a surgery that we would need to provide in the jail that is not budgeted elsewhere, and something else that could happen. We need to have some sort of money that could fill the gaps in the event of we have those one-off things. If we have another inmate in the jail that would need a surgery, we would not have any fund elsewhere to pay for that, so. So is there any questions about option number 1?
I have one kind of related question. As I'm looking at the assessor's office, and I see, we talked about the importance of keeping appraisers.
Yep.
Well, so we have conflicting roles here, because as I read the union agreement, tell me if I'm wrong or not, I'm no expert on union agreements. It basically, is determined by, who, if there are layoffs within that based on these FTEs, then the people with the least seniority right now are the appraisers, but we need appraisers. So how does that work?
So it's dependent on their training. So per the CBA,
And their job role.
yes. So
So-
per the CBA, if somebody currently was an appraiser and chose to take a position in, I don't know, the clerk's office, let's say, and then was, that position was to be removed, then if they had enough seniority, they could bump somebody in the appraiser's office because that's a position that they are trained
Okay.
to do.
Because then I was thinking about, the reality is that in every department, the way I read the Oregon statutes is that the commissioners have the ultimate authority to determine which positions are staffed.
Correct.
And exist in every department throughout this county.
Correct.
Okay, that's why because if you could, if in situations like that where we need appraisers or we need deputies, however that works.
Correct.
You've got to be able to.
Now, I want to provide a caveat to that, I believe. So in the last few years, I don't know what year it was exactly, but either by resolution or ordinance, it would need a repeal on a portion because there was I believe that the commissioners signed an ordinance or a resolution of some sort that gave their board authority, it withdrew their board authority over the sheriff's department in terms of hiring and positions. Now, that can be obviously remanded, and we would be going back to the way it used to be where they come in.
But that doesn't exist for the remainder of the department.
Correct. But, yeah, and so prior to that, anybody in the sheriff's department was hired per board order, consent calendar, kind of like we do now, exactly how we do now. And for reasons I don't quite remember, but I do know that that did happen at some point in the past. So when we talk about the board authority as a whole, the ORS does say that. It's very clear in the ORS. But we'd have to go back and look at that ordinance or resolution, whichever it was,
Okay.
from a few years ago.
Okay, so,
On the, so it's a small thing, but on the jail dropping from 2,074,000 to 2,017,000.
yeah, we
That's
haven't got,
option
that's
two.
on option 2. We haven't gotten there yet.
Okay.
The blue one is the one we're on.
So what this does to civil and patrol, just because that's the one, so all these are minor changes. But this would leave civil and patrol short $794,272 that would need to be readdressed within the civil patrol, or civil criminal and patrol budget.
Say that number again?
It would be 794,272. And so what has been suggested is, again, removing the general fund support from civil, criminal, and patrol, and allowing them to use the interest only of the road department of $880,000. So that would bring their total resources to $1,531,840, which makes that 794 shortfall. Any questions about this?
How much you walk through that one more time?
Sure. So if you look at the civil, criminal, and patrol that was provided by the sheriff's department, which is under N, I believe. So it's taking the general fund support out.
Of 1,674,000.
Yep. Using interest-only road funds, which is $880,000. And then they are planning to use the one-time $500,000 funds,
Right.
which is from their special reserves, which would leave them total resources of $1,531,840. Their requirements in the budget is $2,326,112, which brings us to that shortfall of the $794,272.
Is this written down somewhere? You just reading something you already gave me?
No, this is, no, yeah,
All right.
but I will provide you this,
Okay.
yes. Okay. Any questions about option 1?
Just on that sheriff's thing.
Yes.
So all three options are the same.
Yes, for the sheriffs.
So what exactly, have we got a good look at what that 794, what does that do to the sheriff? How many, are we losing?
So if we look at it, kind of at a dollar figure wise, it would be about $120,000 per person if you look at it. So currently, if you're looking at the 13.5 FTE, may need to be a revisit of the structure of the sheriff's department, because we currently have a 1-to-1 ratio of supervisor to patrol if you look at the current structure. So there may have to be some sort of revamp of that.
You're gonna need a microphone.
Okay, I'll just talk loud. With what's proposed, you have 1 to 3. You have to look at the whole situation, okay? So what our proposal was, we were gonna end up with, and that's cutting 10 full FTEs out of the sheriff's, out of CrimSIP, was what our proposal was. All right, so
The 1,674,000.
with the number,
The most recent number.
the number that before this, whatever adjustment it was, our last proposal cut 10 FTEs out of what we had before, all right? So that leaves the sheriff, that leaves the captain, that leaves a patrol lieutenant, 2 patrol sergeants,
I thought it was 3 patrol sergeants.
2 patrol sergeants, 1 Marine, 1 other sergeant that does Marine,
Oh.
search and rescue, fills in criminal, he's paid part out of criminal, plus he's responsible for all of the forest patrol, which because one of the positions that we're cutting is the actual deputy that would have been designated to do forest patrol, and then that sergeant would have been paid part out of those funds and then part out of crim civ. So yes, there is 3 sergeants left, but one of them supervises Marine and search and rescue and does all the requirements for the forest patrol, so that we get the money from the grant from the Forest Service, and then private timber companies pay us based upon X cents per acre that they have for extra patrol on their properties. So the sergeant in that position, since we have not had a designated deputy in that position, because to put a designated deputy in that position, we would have to reduce one of our patrol deputies that is needed to go handle calls. The sergeant has been taking care of that responsibility, and he will continue to take care of that. So on paper, when you look at it, yes, he's supervising 1 person, but he also has 45 volunteers that he's also supervising and providing all the needed stuff for. And so when you start reducing the number of people, you have a patrol sergeant, 1 on each side of the week, that each one of them supervises what's left. Our proposal was leaving 3 deputies on each side of the week, all right? So, and then you have a lieutenant that supervises the whole patrol division. And then that also left myself. I'm not only responsible for working with patrol, I also work with the jail, and I work with dispatch, and I also work with.
You oversee the lieutenants.
Right, so if you look at it on paper, yes, it looks that way, but when you look at it overall, knowing the structure of the sheriff's office, then it's not 1-to-1.
And that's something we weren't provided.
Yeah, well,
We weren't
that's-
provided any structure, and that's one thing that I noticed from other departments, and we're working off the information that we got. I mean, don't kill the messengers here on this. We're working off the information that we got.
We
And
have this sheet in our book.
What you're
Yes.
saying is if you want the sheriff's office to cut an additional $794,000, probably, and this is just a wild guess off the top of my head, 90% of that, or better, is going to come out of personnel. Because, yeah, you'll be able to save a little more money, because there won't be anybody driving cars, so you can reduce that number. You can reduce the cell phones, because those people aren't gonna have cell phones, and they're not gonna have an iPad in their vehicle, so you can reduce that. Yeah, that's gonna come out of personnel again, so that's gonna take us down even farther than that. So now, that's gonna take us down to, off the top of my head, so if you just wanna use rough numbers at $120,000 per person, that's gonna cut at least 5 more people.
okay,
Between 4 and 5, so now you're looking at, oh, and that also left the assistant and the chief civil deputy.
Right.
In the whole mix, and the Marine deputy. So, but the Marine deputy's funded by the state, and the Marine deputy, by contract, every hour that he goes and does police calls for service, that's all tracked, and when we submit our bill for reimbursement to the State Marine Board, we have to subtract that time out of
Correct.
what we can bill for. So, but then the other problem we run into is the Marine Board says, you're not doing enough, you're not making voter contacts, that's why we budget $183,000 a year to give to you guys, so we're gonna give that to somebody else. And then we lose that, and then we lose that person that is responsible for doing our waterways, and yeah, so it's a vicious cycle, so.
When we say 10 FTEs, didn't we
So
talk,
we-
weren't there 4 open positions?
4 open positions,
Okay.
and then 6 that are full right now.
Got it, okay.
so,
So
so how many in the 13.5 in this budget are open? Any?
in the current budget that we.
That you
w-
presented.
That we presented, 0 are open.
Okay,
There are no open positions left anymore.
I just wanted to make sure yeah.
Every open position that the sheriff's office has across all divisions, was eliminated.
Oh, in the proposed budget?
Yes.
There are current openings, but not in the proposed budget. Got it, okay.
Currently, today, if I had 4 certified people come to me and beg me for a job, I'd tell them, well, if you want to go do calls until June 30th, I'll give you a job for 30 days, but that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Because, yeah.
Okay.
But, yeah, currently today, by budget, I could put 4 more patrol deputies to work, 2 more dispatchers to work, and 1 more corrections deputy to work.
So you,
Move those 4 in your proposal.
We removed every open position across the board in the sheriff's office in our proposal.
Total of 14 positions.
And then that was in our original proposal, and then the next proposal, we cut, where we could. And like I said, we cut 6 positions that are full already out of the sheriff's office, out of CRMSIP.
Okay.
So if we start taking another $700,000, $750,000 out of there, now we're talking about, you might as well just say, we're gonna have the sheriff and 2 deputies, and all they do is serve civil papers, and the rest of it, I mean, we're getting pretty close to that right now. You're gonna have a sheriff and maybe a couple of deputies and a civil deputy, and they'll work Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. And I'm not saying that I'm telling you, we're getting pretty close to that. If we start cutting $750,000 more out of our budget, that it's going to completely, I mean, we're already down to what I just told you, this is what we've left.
So just to recap, you've got the sheriff, you've got a captain, you've got a lieutenant, you've got 3 sergeants. How many sergeants just in civil and patrol, or civil, criminal, and patrol budget?
3. There's, well, if you look at percentages, there's like, what, 2.75 or
Okay.
something like that, because we put, there used to be more allocated when we had the forest account, but we got rid of that and we put the income from that back into CRMSIB. So the percentages also went back into there, so it's like 75% CRMSIB and 10% Marine and 25% search and rescue. So that's how that works.
So in the event that we remove positions, you know, based on these numbers, what role do the current administrators have? Do they start patrolling again?
We already do. We already respond to calls. We already serve civil papers. Do I do that on a daily basis? No. Do I do that where it's needed to? Yes. If I don't have a deputy and somebody's getting their ass kicked, yeah, I'm gonna go to it. Excuse my English. But we already do that. The sheriff does that. I do that. We already do that. That's why I don't wear this because I think it looks good. I wear this because I still go to calls. If I was a captain of Multnomah County, I'd be wearing a long sleeve shirt, a tie, and a nice pair of dress pants, and a gun, maybe a gun on my hip. I mean, honestly, when I went to the National Academy 2 years ago, everybody that I went with were captains, undersheriffs, there were some chiefs, there were some sheriffs, they were all command staff. They wear a gun to work. Some of them wear a vest, but they all wear dress uniforms. They're like, what? I'm like, yeah, every day I wear that because I still go to calls. The sheriff still goes to calls. I arrested a guy not long ago for DUI. Found out that my certification for the toxilizer was expired and I had to have somebody else run it. But I mean, so we still go to calls today. Like I said, every day, do I? No, because I have other stuff that I'm responsible for also. But if there's a call for service and dispatch has no problems if they don't have anybody to call me and say, hey, Captain, we got this, and I get in my car. That's why I drive a marked patrol rig. That's why I got rid of I don't like unmarked, I don't like slick tops personally. I like to have a marked patrol rig so that when I go to a call, everybody knows that somebody from the sheriff's office is there and it's going down the road. So we already do that.
I was asked about demoting, and as of June 8th.
hold on, Sheriff, we need to get you a microphone so people can hear you.
I talk about it.
As of June 8th, the dispatch lieutenant will become a sergeant. So she said that she would do that.
So I know Julie reached out, but are we following CBA and policies and procedures within the HR to do that?
Yes.
Are you positive?
Well, that's, I've
Because
always
we-
had the authority to make that decision, so I made the decision at her request to move her from lieutenant.
From an
to sergeant.
unrepresented to a represented position?
Yes.
Okay, let's outside of this talk about
I
that.
called Julie beforehand, and she explained that it could be done, so I said, okay. Then I told her to get a hold of Lieutenant Aranda and make sure that everything is good for that. So I was told by having it changed by June 8th would be
No,
fine.
I was not.
Okay, it's a non-starter.
Let's,
Let's outside of this,
Yeah.
have this conversation.
That's a sidebar conversation.
Well, it's just it's a payroll deduction, so I think she's gonna be, even though she'll be eligible for overtime, she's gonna be given about $500 a month
Do
in
you-
payroll.
so just in personnel questions about that, not necessarily the people involved, but would that mean there'd be 2 sergeants in dispatch?
Yes. One
So
on each
not,
side of
not
the week.
eliminating a position, just reducing a lieutenant to a sergeant and having 2 sergeants?
Yes.
Okay.
Because we already eliminated the 2 open positions that are in there.
I want to go back to this sheet we were given. So this sheet here that we were given now with this, you guys need to look at some of this. It shows the percentage of where everybody is. So we're showing 14 road deputies based on the budget they submitted.
14 FTEs, right. So,
But you're saying that
That includes a administrative assistant, the chief civil deputy, the sheriff, myself, lieutenant.
But they're up here, though.
And 2 detectives.
That is based on,
Oh, that's current staffing, right?
yes, that is based on their
That's like
first
today.
proposal.
Okay, so this is current.
The very first one without the cuts.
Without any, that.
Correct.
There was a status quo with the.
Correct.
With the 4 open positions.
Correct.
But-
Everything else.
but
So we don't have a sheet
No,
that coincides with the budget we were given.
But-
Why wouldn't we have that?
because that wasn't provided.
yeah, so
I don't know how to make decisions without.
We don't.
Well, see, that's what we were basing on, because he said he removed the open positions. So based on removing the open positions, and when we asked, I don't remember what, was it yesterday or whatever day it was, Wednesday, we asked, what the structure of civil, criminal, and patrol looks like. That's how we came up with the staffing. 13.5 essentially is what the reduction that they provided was made up of.
But this sheet represents what they currently have.
no, it represents what they proposed.
The very first time around.
Just asked.
Yeah, no, it represents what they proposed, but it doesn't represent what is in that proposal.
Well, I know, but I mean,
Okay.
the yellow column.
No, the yellow column was the one where we asked them to do the 41% cut.
Right,
That was what they provided.
was the 28 or, right?
Yeah, 28%, yes.
20%.
Correct.
So
This was the very first one, when we first had the budget committee meeting on the 22nd.
So
The
this-
very first
this is
proposal.
28%.
Correct.
I don't,
Yeah, it was.
We gotta get this right.
yeah, I think, so my recollection of this is when they provided their, on Wednesday, I distinctly remember, they provided the budget on Wednesday at a 20-some% cut, and I said, how many FTEs does that include? And you listed the 14.
And that was
13.5. Right, so that was, so that staffing is reflected in their proposed, most recent proposed budget of Wednesday,
Yes, but that cover sheet is not that.
the one you just provided.
No, he's looking at the actual FTE cover sheet.
Oh, yeah, no, the one in the book is the original.
Yes, that's what, yeah.
The one that with the 13.5 or 14 is Wednesday's.
And that's why when I first presented the blue column, I said this would require a look at all the positions.
Because I believe if you were current status quo would be 22,
Current status quo minus the
budgeted positions.
budgeted positions
Is
on in Crimson.
Is 22.
Is 22.
Or 23, something,
Civil, 23,
yeah.
And that includes civil, that includes administrative assistant. There's
Right.
I think it's 23.
Okay, so that went to the 14 with a 28% reduction.
Correct.
That they proposed on Wednesday.
The first proposal we proposed, the first one, the very first one you saw had a reduction of the 4 open positions that we had.
The very, very first one.
The very first number
No,
that you guys got on the very first budget.
Yes. That is that sheet, the very first budget we got on the 22nd of May.
Yeah,
Yes.
That was.
Which was where we had a 3.9 deficit.
Correct.
correct.
And that reflected cutting.
I'm glad I'm getting
the
this
open
figured out, too.
positions From Crimson, the
I'm-
ones that are currently open, and leaving the current staffing that we currently have.
Right, so that sheet is the very first budget they presented in our book.
Right, that relates to the
Yeah.
3.9 deficit.
Correct.
And then when they just provided the one on Wednesday, that would include the 12 positions plus the civil, crim, and the administrative assistant at 14.
Yeah, that was
Okay,
cutting an additional 6 positions out of Crimson, and then a total of 2 out of corrections and 2 out of dispatch.
got it. And so now we're saying if we go with this, it's going to be minus 4 to 5 from the 14.
Correct.
Okay,
From the
okay.
13 and a half.
13 and a half. Minus 4 to 5 from the 13 and a half, which leaves you with 8 and a half, 9, depending on what those numbers look like. So that we just have it kind of
Correct.
figured out.
And that's what
What we're-
when I penciled it out, I put 9 on my sheet. That's how I
Okay.
came up with these numbers.
We have a lot of different budgets in front of us.
Yes, we do.
Well, and again, I want to point out, and you guys know this, but I'm gonna point it out anyways. All right, this isn't an office that we can say, you know what, we're gonna save money, so we're gonna close the courthouse on Fridays, and we're only gonna be open 4 days a week, and so everybody's only gonna get paid 32 hours instead of 40 hours. We can't do that at the sheriff's office. We can do that with our administrative assistant, maybe. We can do that. We can't do that with civil because the civil process person has to be there when the court's open, or we have to have a substitute for them. But the rest of the office is responsible for going and doing things 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, that we can't just say we're gonna do that. So you guys need to consider that also. I mean, this isn't Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 kind of work.
I got a question I think it's relevant, because I've been asked that several times by people. If the ones that get laid off, are you guys calculating in the vacation, holiday, comp time that have to be paid out
Absolutely.
and the insurance costs?
Well, they wouldn't be laid off. These would be position eliminations.
They'd be laid off. I mean, we're eliminating the position, you're not firing them, you're laying them off.
Right, but layoffs incur that you are keeping a position, that you're reducing staffing but keeping a position.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. I've assumed this whole time that you guys will have something, there will be something else on a ballot come November asking for a way to.
First of all, it won't be us guys. It won't be them.
It'll be all of us.
Right.
It'll be.
We're gonna
everybody.
redefine that
But
because
when I
that should
say-
come from the sheriff.
When I say us guys, and we've had this discussion, the county board of commissioners are the ones that get to authorize, this is what's going to be the question on the ballot. The sheriff doesn't get to authorize that. So that's, when I say you guys, that's what I mean. Sorry if that's a negative connotation. But, so what I meant to say is that there will be another proposal of a way to fund this, because we can't just give up, even though one question we asked, can we have $2.23 a thousand? And 70% of the 43% of the people who voted said no. So that was our answer to that question. So we need to come up with another question to ask the people, are you willing to do this? And I guess, because the sheriff and I have had this discussion, you said that just spending $800,000, the interest that is generated from the road reserve right now, and allocating that so that it can be used in the sheriff's office or to help fund law enforcement. I didn't see, and so you guys are saying that you're not, that there's no consideration to use any of the other road funds to fund public safety in the county,
To fund what?
to fund public safety within the county.
You mean to fund, you mean to fund patrol in the county, because that's all that's legal.
That's.
Patrol,
Actually,
dispatch.
You can do dispatch also.
In a limited basis, yeah.
Well, it- I mean,
Related to patrol.
Indirect cost.
Says right there
Indirect,
you can
but
do
the
dispatch.
thing is that indirect costs are actually fairly limited. It's a restricted thing. That's not the answer to funding law enforcement. So,
It's not the
yeah,
answer.
we need to have, but it seems to have been the answer since, for many years now. And if I recall, at the end of last year's budget meeting, everyone here agreed that we would go forward and try for a funding solution, and if it didn't work, we would live within our means. That was, does anybody else recall that at the end of last year's budget meeting?
Yeah, we definitely approved a very large amount, and with that caveat, we said that if we didn't get the levy passed, we knew we were going for a levy, and so.
Did we not mean that? Because I thought that's what was going on.
Right, so, I mean, I think, well, first of all, I think we still have 2 more proposals to go through.
Yeah, we do.
You guys have
And,
prepared.
right.
You know, so, and then,
Just from my perspective, I think assessing the impact right now is what we gotta go through these proposals, but hearing directly the impact on patrol is what we need to hear, and let's get through these proposals first. That's what I wanna.
Yep.
Okay. So option number 2, the resources are the same as option 1. The difference in option 2 is reducing, let me look at my notes really quickly. So the difference between option 2 would be reducing the elections and recording by an additional position to have 2 FTEs, plus a 0.5 irregular FTE within that department. Removing 0.25 of the surveyor from the surveyor and moving that to road operations per 2 different ORSs, ORS 209-070 and ORS 368-106. Both of these say that the surveyor must survey county roads and some others. So
that would just offset the work done for.
absolutely, yeah.
At 0.25.
Yep, at 0.25, so it would reduce that requirement by about 50,000.
On the top for the assessor, 716.
Oh,
Oh, sorry, I skipped that one. I didn't see that one, sorry. So this would also add an additional position to the assessor that would move them to a FTE of 7, which would reduce the possibility of ODR sanctions because there's another county. So we fall below the 12 FTE ODR requirement. We currently have 9. The blue proposes it to 6.
And
This-
that's a legitimate, ODR can come in and essentially dictate and perform the services if they're not being performed.
And charge us.
And charge us. So there is a process, and we feel that option number 2 is a manageable corridor to be in. And we talked to ODR, we've looked around. I think that's a place where I'd be comfortable, fighting that fight.
With having it at 7 FTE, and what we mean by reducing the possibility of ODR sanctions, there's another county that only has 7 and that has only had 7 for a period of time, so we would have a rebuttal of why would you want to take over us but not them, essentially.
I'd also just like to point out, though, just as we go on, just to make everybody aware, since Kylie's not here, that she did, when she did assert yesterday, and that staffing changes would impact their ability to have, you know, potentially their office hours, and she wants to make sure that I think she felt like, since she did step up and do exactly what the budget committee asked and performed, I would say that she is probably nonplussed by what's going on right now, which is where people are having continuing menu of their own choosing, and that's unprofessional and not fair to the other departments as we go forward.
The other change within this budget would be removing $57,000 from the jail's budget. This would be by reducing beds slightly. This is what, like the captain said, the only savings we would have would be a little bit of meals. But it would also,
Just to let you know, in our last proposed budget, that included reducing to 20 beds from 35. That was the reduction in the meals, so we were already looking at that,
so with that being said,
Now, Captain, real quick, in the last discussion, I have a question on that real quick. You mentioned that going from 25, or from 35 to 20 beds would essentially save $22,000 in food and some medical costs. That would be the main only difference. That's all we're saving. So if we reduce by essentially almost 30% in the beds, we're gonna, a 30% reduction in beds only saves us less than $50,000.
potentially yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, I just wanna make sure I have note of that.
I mean,
So-
I can go through and say on the meals that if we're only holding 20 people, so the way, I'll just give you a quick education on it so that you understand. On our contract with Summit, they're the ones that provide all the meals in the jail. We have, it's billed out a couple of different ways. We have what's called a meal period, which is breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We have 3 of those a day, and those cost us $126 per each meal period, something like that. And then we're also charged for every meal that they do. So we automatically pay the $126
That's for them being here.
for them being here, correct? And then plus, we pay
$1.05 a meal.
$1,
I looked at the
1.046,
contract. Yep.
Yeah, 640 per meal. So so we potentially have the ability to save about $20-something thousand.
Okay,
Yeah, and that's just based on the $1.05, because the other ones are solid.
Yeah, the other.
To radically reduce services provided to the taxpayers of Curry County.
yeah, so it seems like a 50,000 or ish dollars to have 30% increase in bed capacity is definitely a viable investment.
And then on the medical part, that's always a guess as to where you end up with that. And then one of the things that I'd explained to someone earlier, you know, we cut some clothing costs and that kind of stuff, but we got lucky and another county went from orange jumpsuits to black and white, and they gave us, and they were a big county, we brought 2 trailer loads of orange stuff, so we don't have to buy uniforms for a while. So we're doing things to save, but it's not I mean, we do save money by reducing beds, and we reduce liability, and we reduce a lot of other things, but a solid, to reduce medical and stuff, it's a guess. It's not, there's not a.
Sure, right.
So, don't go anywhere. I have a quick question. So, from your original proposed, there's to this one that you said you're cutting to 20 beds. There's a $411,000 difference. So what does that $411,000 make up? How many people were you cutting from your original proposed to your current that you provided?
0.
Then what makes up the $411,000? So your original proposed budget was $2,655,208. This one you're providing, that you said was, oh, sorry.
Let me go grab, I've got. Hold on.
Got it here if you
Okay, so,
Yes.
right, so I'm looking at my numbers, so what's
Okay, so you're looking at the one that's probably 2,244,059.
Yes,
Okay, so your original one, the one on May 22nd, the very first one.
right,
So that one has your requirements of $2,655, or $2,655,208. The one that you, so one that you're providing, or that you provided us on Wednesday or Monday or whenever it was, is 2,000,000.
20,000 labor, it's right down the bottom. 1,873,000 of labor, and you got 1,540,000.
So you said you cut 0 positions though.
the first, in the first proposal.
Okay, so the second one,
The second one.
What are we
has-
cutting?
Has 2 positions cut out of the jail.
2 open positions.
One that's not open and one that is. We have
Oh,
one-
I thought you said you had 2 open positions in the
one
jail.
open position in the jail.
Okay.
for $411,000?
Um, Mine shows, the numbers that I had,
Yeah,
they don't have the roll-ups in them.
okay.
Okay, so.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, so I mean, I didn't have the roll-ups
Yeah.
in my numbers, but I was trying to base the percentages on that based upon the difference between the number I'm working with, and the numbers I'm working with, to try and get as close as I could.
Okay.
So it's, unless I did the math wrong, but
Okay, so,
we cut, I'm pretty sure we only cut 2
Okay.
positions out of the jail.
so then if there was 2 cut, that leaves you bare minimum, correct?
Yes,
Okay, we're at bare minimum with this budget. So the $57,000, we also didn't know it was reduced beds. So, but the $57,000 is actually made up of, when I re-through and calculated your salary to fringe numbers, there was $42,000 in fringe that was overestimated that I was able to reduce.
okay, great.
Correct. And so, and then the other was based on if we reduced beds more on meals, based on just a tiny bit. That's how we came up with those, the 57,000 possible bed reductions and fringe corrections.
There's extra, yeah.
So that's what it was.
And then,
So, but it's not cutting more people. That was by no means cutting more people, but we were unaware that it was cutting beds.
yeah, I'd already reduced the
To
number.
20.
And, and it's hard to tell, and again, and I know this is across the board, and I know it's catching the county up to where the county needs to be for cost accounting and everything else. But, if you just look at the bottom line number, my first proposal had $278,587,000, or our first proposal, in materials and services. And then the second one, even after reducing some line items, has $694,074 in it, because of cost accounting, that price went up, the price of doing business. So even though we
Yep.
cut line items, it showed that we didn't
Sure.
decrease, but we increased, and so. I
Sure.
just, yeah. And this is a budget that, the only way to get to a 41% reduction in the jail is to not have a jail.
Right.
It's the only way to get there. So,
Yeah,
Okay.
What I'm hearing is minimum staffing would essentially at that point be cut, and then we're out of compliance and unable to actually perform the duty. Yeah, okay.
yeah, and yeah, so, and once you close it,
Yeah, it's grandfathered. Well, yeah, you,
Yeah, it's a whole different problem.
yeah, and that still, you can't just close it and say it's not gonna cost us anything, because then you have to pay to house people somewhere else, and then you have to transport, and it's a whole
Right.
sidebar.
and it's a mandated service.
Okay, so with cutting that $57,000 out of jail, that leaves a contingency of $225,649. Again, this is, we should have some sort of contingency in the event that we have these one-off bills that nobody expected. Okay, any questions about number 2? Okay, so moving on. The only difference between number 2 and number 3 is we would be going back to the model of having 6 people in assessors, 6 FTE, and adding a DA, a deputy DA, to bring the district attorney's office up to his 2 deputies, his office staff, and his legal assistant. Those are the only variances between 2 and 3. And that would leave us with a contingency of $200,649.
So what benefits does an extra deputy DA bring us? We've got our DA here.
DA?
We could ask it.
Grab a mic.
Thanks. So just for clarification, we're talking, this would basically leave me at status quo of what I'm at now, right?
For FY '24, correct? Yes.
So, having a second deputy DA, that would mean we file the low-level misdemeanor thing. So this deputy that would come in would likely be a DA1, a DA who is pretty new and would be on the misdemeanor caseload. So we would be filing more of the, what'd you guys call it, societal crimes, the criminal trespasses, the disorderly conducts, things like that, that make up a large amount of the cases that we see, but are low-level offenses, which when we're talking about prioritizing crimes, those are the first ones to go. But they're the ones that a lot of the community cares about.
And they also you can build a foundation going forward with the offender, I would assume.
Right. Are you talking criminal history and
Yeah,
things
yeah.
like that?
They go on probation most of the time, right, or something like that?
Yes, they'd be on probation, and I mean, the life of a case is years long.
Yeah.
You know, from filing to when they're off probation. But, so I think that would be the main thing, and, you know, that deputy would be doing DUIs and things like that, and in small counties, like this one, they get felony casework pretty early for lower-level felonies, so. Being able to recruit is also an issue, being able to recruit a deputy DA, but if I'm able to get more money, we would be able to recruit a lot better. The fact we haven't been able to recruit recently, I would attribute to the fact that we advertise the lowest salary of the state. So that is a barrier to recruitment.
Do you know what that is?
What we advertise?
Yeah.
I think it's 65,000
Okay.
for a deputy DA1. Maybe 75 for a deputy DA2, which in comparison, I think Crook County right now, who is one of the counties that's close in population to us, is advertising. It's somewhere between 90 and 100 for a deputy DA1 starting out. This is someone straight out of law school.
Right now, the proposed is on option 3, that's not actually the staff that you have right now, or it is?
It would leave, so my current budget has 2 deputy DAs. One of them is unfilled. Yeah.
But it's unfilled primarily because they can't recruit.
Right.
So,
And we're on a hiring freeze, so we wouldn't give an option right now. We don't have anything posted. Haven't for a few months.
So, thank you, Josh. Okay.
Questions, comments?
Just a question. How,
Oh,
I see, like, there's a paper here provided that says to date, we've used $10,299,687,000 in road funds for civil crim patrol.
there's actually 148,495 that was used in FY '20 for jails inappropriately.
Okay, but the total amount?
Yes.
It's been
is
taken-
10,299,687.
Has to go back to the road funds.
So,
We'd have to budget that, yeah.
yeah, we'd have to, pay, but, and so using this 880 essentially is going to put this at 11 million end of fiscal year this year if we use the or let's just use the round number, 900.
Yeah.
Okay, and then in the same, not in the same amount of time, but in the last 2 years, we've used, what is that, almost 3.8 million in one-time funds to fund the jail, which essentially puts us in the position where we are with these two.
Correct, we're out of one-time monies.
Right, no, yeah, no, I'm well aware. I'm just making sure that I'm reviewing this correctly. So, okay.
How was the, so the 880 of interest that we're talking about is what was earned this year, correct?
Correct.
And how is the interest paid going forward? Is it paid
We get monthly interest,
monthly interest?
yes. And it is actually in local government investment pool, so it's a government investment that we receive 5%. So we are fortunate enough to be able to get $880,000 out of this fund.
So in theory, given what Dan just said, in theory, if there's no road projects pulling,
Decrease of the fund.
yeah, pulling from the road funds, this would be a somewhat of a sustainable number, given that the LGPI does not decrease.
Correct, however, that we do have some,
Right.
some,
Projects.
I was gonna say, well, we've already, there's a bridge project that the state of Oregon didn't really give us much of an option in partaking in that is requiring a $500,000 match
Okay.
from us. So in the event we have nothing further, then it leaves us,
Then that theory's,
It's not realistic. We are, you know, we had a bridge.
well, yeah, you kind of, emergencies, slides and everything else that we
Right, but-
encounter every year.
But even so, we have, you know, ODOT comes down and does a bridge inventory every few years. They've looked at, you know, they come around, they check that. Like, for example, here's one that somehow we're responsible for. The bridge across the Pistol River, the inner one. And that's a big expensive bridge. That's a big dollar item. You know, we didn't build it. That used to be, well, it's essentially, it is an Oregon highway, but we're responsible for the bridge.
Yeah.
And so you look at that's just one example. We have, these bridges are integral to be able to, for the industry that actually makes us money in this county, which is timber, you need to have these roads accessible. A lot of mileage of our roads are just to access the timberlands that generate revenue. You know, it's not the old days revenue, but the people the thing that drives
But
this
it's
county is South Coast lumber.
Economic revenue.
Tina, on this sheet here.
Mhm.
When the sheriff gave us the revised budget where he had his 500 in there,
yes,
then the non-department general fund sheet that we got didn't have that in there, correct? It's 1,848,000. So with his revised budget, it actually brought that down to the $1,348,000, right?
so it went from 3.9 in the beginning, and then it brought it down to 1.8.
Right, but it did not have his 500 one time.
No, it did have his 500 one-time monies in there.
Okay, so you don't have it here, right?
No, this is just what the requirements for general fund are. That $500,000 would not
It's not a
be-
general fund.
is not a general fund money.
It's coming out of their special projects budget. So it's restricted funds within the sheriff's department.
But his budget, didn't that include that 500?
It
Yes,
did.
his budget included that 500 plus the 16, $1.6 million.
So it's still in there. It would be the 880 plus the 500 plus some other fees and charges.
But that money won't be there next year.
That, that's how that one is at. I don't know. What did you just say?
700 and, oh, so the revenues,
1.4,
1,
1.5.
1.5. It would take his revenues to 1,531,840.
The 500's the roller from previous?
No, the 500 is the special projects that is coming from the sheriff's special projects into civil, criminal, and patrol.
Okay.
That's what he budgeted.
What's hanging me up here, and I'm just thinking, it's just me, sorry.
No,
So we
you're
have
fine.
the 1674, I'm looking at the sheriff's sheet here.
Mhm.
Okay. There's the 1674 out of the general fund.
Mm-hmm.
We have the 500,000 one time.
Yep.
Okay.
So if you remove the 1674,
Yep.
cross that out, and right below that, write $880,000 from the road capital improvement, that brings his total resources to 1,531,840.
Okay.
So then, at the bottom, that would leave him a deficit of 794,272.
Yeah, I was just going, where I'm going with this is that I thought that when we had so you just used the 1674 then in that departmental roll-up, okay.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry,
No, you're fine.
few numbers float around.
Just a few. Tim, Dave, any thoughts?
Looking here, as far as budgeting, our shared state alcohol taxes, should that be at the 125,000? Looks like as we go through the options, it drops down to 12,000. Maybe on the general fund, non-departmental.
That might be a typo. Good catch. I will look into that, and if that's the case, then that does bring it up $100,000.
Where? Which one? Where are you looking?
Shared
Nick?
alcohol tax.
Oh,
Keep going, Nick, what else you find?
Yeah.
oh, yeah. That's 100,000. That looks like it would be somewhat of a typo.
Yeah.
Just a zero. So now it's at 1.6.
1.6, where you get?
The 1.5 plus 100,000. 1.5 total overall.
We're in non-departmental.
Oh,
I know, we've all looked at these one too many times.
so where does that go?
That's in resources, so it would be a contingency at the end, or it could be an allocated number.
So it could be allocated to that number. That it could be allocated in any general funded obligation. Okay.
So you could do the assessor and the DA.
We could. Or it could go into civil. I mean, it's up to this committee.
Right.
Would it be helpful if I went and printed out those sheets for you so you can see new numbers, or you just want to add it at the bottom?
Dan's like, yeah, I need one more sheet.
You guys wanna take a break?
Yeah.
And, process everything, and what do you think, 30 minutes or something?
Yeah.
Does that work?
And I think running those numbers on the sheriff's department too that you're doing over there. These papers.
These FTE type things that I was thinking?
Numbers you're giving us for the shortfall if we.
Yep, absolutely. I'll do that right now.
How much time do we need?
How much time does Keena need?
Yeah,
20 minutes.
Okay.
30-minute break?
Perfect.
So it's 1 o'clock, we'll come back at 1:30.
Perfect.
All right, it is 1:37 in the afternoon. We are back on the record for the Curry County Budget Committee. And before we get started, there's just a couple things I want to address one is a perception that the public might have as they watch this and decipher the information along with us, and that is, this is somehow, this situation is the sheriff's office fault, and that is far from the truth. There are many factors that contributed to this, but this is certainly not at all of any fault of the sheriff's office. So if somehow you've developed that perception or opinion, that's not accurate. The other thing that we haven't discussed, Keena, that I think is important to kind of factor in here is administrative costs, and we had a brief conversation about this yesterday. The Board of Commissioners, the three of us, are absolutely going to reduce our salaries. And the recommendation I had yesterday was $20,000 each. It would be more for Herzog because he makes more money, but we would reduce our salaries by $20,000 each to whatever that number is, to contribute towards, keeping a,
With them, all three having an equal salary.
yes.
Correct.
So, and then maybe explain the administrative side of this,
Okay.
right?
So for the indirect costs of doing business, that is a loaded cost per FTE. So we do not know how much we need to cut out of the administration until we know what type of FTE we're left with. That FTE is then, calculated per fund, and that's the amount that will be transferred over to pay for administration. Once we have all these other budgets done, we know what that administration cost is, that's when we go into administration and start reducing the administration. There's the cost of doing business on things that doesn't change, the cost of our audits, the cost of doing payroll, the cost of doing some stuff, but we have to live within our means, so we will have to meet that overall cost on our own in administration once we know what that number is. But we don't know what that number is until we know what FTE we are left with.
But currently, to put it in context, the administration fund includes finance, which is you, payroll clerk, HR, correct?
And half a grant.
And half a grant position. It includes IT, maintenance, with the Board of Commissioners, legal counsel, director of operations, and that's it.
Let me verify. I feel like we're missing. It's the commissioners, the Board of Commissioners, council, IT, central occupancy, which is facilities and maintenance. And there's building maintenance, repair, and construction.
Right, but
which
that's all
is the big-
maintenance.
Yes, yep, and that's it.
Okay, so we have context of what, when we say the administration, that's what is included in the administrative, like you said, the cost of doing business. Okay.
Okay, any other questions about that?
No, I think that covers it.
Okay. So I provided you with the new roll-up sheet on the non-departmental fund, making the correction to it, and showing those adjustments that it would make to the ending fund operating contingency at the bottom.
Did you just move it to there?
Nope, it shows the 125 at the top for revenue.
No, I mean, but did you just?
Yes, I just put it there because you guys haven't
It's a
decided.
placeholder?
Yep, you can do what you want with it.
Got it,
Yep.
okay.
And then I also provided the sheriff's department changes, showing in red the $880,000 from road funds. I did also highlight in red the $312,000 of indirect costs and put a note there that that will reduce, based on whatever FTE is, and then showing the variance at the bottom.
Time to get out the calculator.
Negative number still 794.
Correct. Yeah, that doesn't change.
Can I propose a quick idea?
Please do so.
And obviously, this has been thought out for approximately 10 seconds, so it's definitely not some concrete. If you look at option 2, if you take option 2 and you put 125 back in the DA and 100 into elections and recording. That puts elections and recording at 3 FTEs. That puts the DA back at being able to prosecute misdemeanor crimes, which I think is a small ROI, right? So that would be 225. We'd have an assessor at 7, which we can litigate because we have a Lake County at 7. That puts elections at 3 and the DA at the ability to prosecute misdemeanor crimes, and leaves us with $113,000 in contingency, which I think is appropriate. And for the ROI, I mean, one of the reasons I think putting elections and recording at 3 may be prudent is because at 2, if one of them is on vacation or off, it leaves it difficult to manage at 1. And we can, like I said, we have a stance with DOR in the assessor's office at 7. The only other piece that I would like to propose, and if it's not contingency, if it's additional, I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot, but if it's a matter of $50,000 to ensure that we have 15 more beds in the jail, cutting that additional $50,000 from the commissioners across the board, whatever that looks like, was it 15,000 each, 17,500 each? That would put the commissioners at minus 37,500 of current salary to ensure that we have 15 more beds in the jail. And I understand that's administration, but if there's a way to do that.
That $50,000 was not reducing his beds. Because he had said that his proposed budget of the $2,074 was the 20 beds. Correct?
The last one that we gave you on Wednesday had reduction in the food and.
Yes, to 20 beds.
Yeah, but he
So
said it
the change that I made was fixing, just truing up some fringe numbers that I noticed were overstated.
and it got him back to
And got it back to, yeah, because
where they
I
would
just
have
went.
35 beds?
No.
Go back to what?
He already cut the bed. That was just $50,000 that were overstated in fringe.
Right,
And
but
we didn't cut any beds. He cut the bed, and that's in his $2 million number. So
right, but I think
his
that,
20 cut, or his 15 cut beds was reducing the $414,000.
right, but what I heard earlier was that regardless if we're at 20 or we have 35, we have to still have minimum staffing whether we're 20 or 35. So it's not really an FTE issue. It's a supply issue for those additional 15 people, which would be food and medical. And if we find that difference to ensure we can get to the 35, that's a big ROI, which according to the captain was around 50 grand.
And the other, the other thing, I'll just move over here so that there's a microphone.
Yeah, thank you.
The other thing that you have to consider is by cutting staff, then we cut the number of people that are there. And by cutting beds, then you reduce the number of people you hold, so you potentially also reduce the assaults, the behavior problems that they deal with because they have less people to deal with those now.
But they're going to have more of the worst. I guess the worst will be consolidated.
Worst will be
You won't have,
consolidated, so-
you'll have less of the better ones.
So, yeah, so, you know, so you gotta.
Well, to get to 35,
Get wanting to keep, but then add the staff back in.
You didn't cut
But-
the staff.
Yes, I
See,
did.
see, that's what I'm saying. So his original budget,
okay, maybe I'm not listening.
yeah, no, you're fine. So his original budget that he submitted with the $2.6 million, right?
That was with,
That was 35 beds.
okay,
What he submitted us at the 2.2 was, he said he reduced down to 20 beds.
so Captain, it would be 400,000 to get the 15 more beds, by your calculations.
Roughly, yes.
Okay,
I mean,
so it's not a $50,000 ROI.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
So, yeah,
Okay.
And then again, and it's, you know, the cost, even if we said we're gonna go back to a status quo in the jail to keep the jail functioning as is, there's still an increase because of, because of the accounting, which I agree has to happen. It has to be a defendable, do I like having to pay $23,184?
48.
48, per FTE, when I look at that number, no, I don't like that money having to come out of what's available for the sheriff's office. But that's a bigger number than it's ever been in the past. And even though we made cuts in materials and services, when you only look at the bottom line dollar, it's an increase. But that increase comes from the increase in a fair and equitable way to account our costs across the county.
Correct.
I'm not arguing that.
Yeah.
I'm just
sure.
saying, but yeah, we would, in order to, yes, by merely cutting beds, you save money on these areas. But by cutting staff and cutting beds, then we keep the best environment, safe environment that we can for our staff.
Okay,
So.
Okay.
okay. So anyways, getting back to option 2 with a couple of those changes, leaves us a little bit of breathing room. I anticipate that, we're going to probably have a quarterly supplemental meeting, and we're going to have realized changes, ripple effects, where that contingency may be utilized in a supplemental to make up the difference in a situation that we didn't maybe account for. And so I see it more as a contingency for outcome as opposed to a contingency for unexpected. Well, it is an unexpected expense but you guys all understand what I'm saying. So I think that it is important to have, I think, at least $100,000 in there, so we can make adjustments should we need to in a supplemental quarterly situation when we have
would
different
agree.
realizations.
So just recap those changes again.
So the only change would be, so option 2, if you look in the reserve or operating contingency, she put the 100,000 right there for us.
right.
So if you took the difference to get the DA to a misdemeanor prosecutable level is $125,000.
Okay.
And so the ROI on that, I figure, is fairly substantial. I mean, that's a large amount of service being provided for $125,000. And then the elections and recording, the difference between them having 3 staff and 2 staff is $100,000. So putting 100,000 there, 125 at the DA, that's 225. Take that out of contingency, it leaves 113.
Okay.
And it puts assessor at 7, district attorney at prosecutable levels, and the clerk and recording at 3.
Okay. Makes sense.
Now, I will say, right, there, at some point, there's somebody who's right now online saying, hey, why aren't you just gonna use $800,000 additional to get patrol back to the ask? And I wanna make clear, right now, we're currently budgeting $880,000 of road funds into patrol. You would add the additional 8, we're at 1.6. Next year, when there's $500,000 of one-time money spent on patrol, now we're at 2.1, and we're right back to where we have been, not living sustainably on our budgets. And
I mean, in reality, we're not living sustainably at this time.
correct, we're living most sustainably that we can project.
Right, it's not 700,000, it's 2 point whatever it is.
Right, at the end of the day. So, anyways, I'm sure, just to answer,
It violates the position that the budget committee
took last year. Yeah, no, I understand.
And that seems to have been cast aside.
No, it hasn't. I mean, that's why we're discussing what we're discussing.
We have one other problem. You mentioned there was $100,000, right at around $100,000 that came out of the road funds that should not have come out of the road funds.
When I was asked to look back at what was used for road funds, there was a transfer in 2020 of $148,495 that came from road funds to jail.
So, can we put that on a payment plan, since we're paying ourselves back?
We gotta put it back in. It's
Right.
That's a violation of the law, and the people who did it can be personally liable for removing restricted funds and putting them in the wrong place.
Do we know any history
I wasn't here in 20.
Phil?
of why that happened?
I don't know why that happened.
Okay.
I do not ever, I do not ever remember budgeting $140-something-thousand into the jail.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it probably wasn't a budgeted number.
Yeah, not since I've been doing the budget. I
Yeah.
mean, I've never seen, I don't know how that got in there.
No.
Because
Yeah.
unless it was done at the end of the year to balance
That,
everything.
that would be my assumption, is that somebody did that to
Okay,
make it
but-
balance.
I don't think.
So-
it was
We gotta put it back.
We do.
budget item, so.
So,
It wasn't a misprint, was it?
no, because I went and looked in our fiscal system, yeah. So,
Can you earmark, so if we have,
I say we payment plan it.
well, no, but I'm saying, so right now, we have projected rollover funds, okay? If our projected rollover funds come in anywhere over what we currently budgeted, can that money be directed back to the road fund?
Absolutely.
We could start there, and then at the supplemental time, if that didn't cover it, then we can discuss how we're gonna pay for it.
Yeah.
Money also, the road funds need to have the interest that was generated during the time, all that time as well. Those monies were road funds, they were taken illegally, and every benefit needs to come back to the county road department ASAP, and payment planning it will just extend it, that's what we gotta do.
But payment plan it, we would payment plan it with interest, as you would with
Yeah,
any
yeah.
interdepartmental loan.
But the
Essentially.
mechanism to do it will be rollover.
Correct. Okay. I have that noted.
That solves that problem.
Which
layman's terms, are unused budgeted funds.
Correct.
So in the non-departmental roll-up, you will see that there is unassigned fund balance of $1 million that is projected. We'll see how that works for revenues.
Anybody else?
Any
wanna
thoughts
throw a
on number
shot at the
2?
puzzle? Anybody else got an idea?
I think we're pretty close.
I guess I had that same thought that you hit on option 2, but I go to public safety as my number one concern, rolling some of that money to bridge the gap there, but I don't know if that's.
What would your suggestion be? We want to hear it.
Well, obviously, don't want to underfund the district attorney, but if we are going to slash the sheriff's department pretty seriously, that will naturally slash a lot of the prosecutable cases, I would assume. Just less law enforcement, less
Sure.
people coming in. So it seems like they're going to work in synergy. It seems as though that should be a dual effort. And I don't know, I'm relatively new to this, but I also, I'm not sure that the $100,000 would be better spent on elections and recording as they would be
On a
an
deputy.
additional deputy.
Yeah.
And it seems as though there could be people picking up the slack within our own organization, interdepartmental, for the elections and recording in the instance that we have one person, but there's not anybody within the county other than a sheriff or a deputy that can pick up the slack over there.
Yeah. So instead of the 100 going to elections recording, the 100 going to civil crime patrol.
Right. An attempt to bridge some of this gap and maybe retain one instead of losing 11, we lose 10. Somewhere in that range.
I do think that Jay's earlier point about allowing, if we don't have a basic labor force in the recorder's office, you're gonna have substantially limited hours for all manner, let alone not even worrying about elections, but the fact is you're gonna have vastly reduced abilities to get documents recorded and and that's gonna impact the real estate business throughout the county in a not good way. And so I think that is a thoughtful approach to take that. I would.
Yeah.
And also regarding comparing the DA to patrol, that, part of the dynamic that I've been hearing about over the last year is that the sheriff's office submits reports and the DA can't respond to them. I actually hear both sides of that. So I've heard many times, and the DA came and made a presentation and demonstrated what could happen. And I think that law enforcement in the county is it's not just the sheriff's department, it's all these other agencies. And if they're not able to get their case, everybody, Brookings PD, Port Orford, everything, OSB, if they're not able to get their cases looked at,
Well,
then it seems like it's that we're falling short because we're not properly funding the DA's office.
So so to your point, Dave, and I see your point, and it's kind of the same argument, right? If you add that patrol position, then that allows for training time, it allows for a day off, it allows for vacation time. It's another piece in that puzzle to the patrol staffing side of things. So does it, in option 2, does the clerk have the irregular person in that?
Yes. Yes, it does.
So doesn't that
2.5.
So doesn't that irregular person then fill those gaps?
I would assume so.
I don't know. I don't know, but the one thing I want to try to consider here, so we are in our economic situation, right? We put it before the voters, and our economic situation is that we are cutting off, our financial abilities are cutting off a leg of public safety, right? The legs left to stand on are city, PDs, OSP, DA, and jail. And if we cut their ability to do their job, the stool's done. I mean, already on two legs, the stool is, you're helping keep it up. So, in an effort to try to slow the impacts of criminal activity that will see opportunities here in Curry, I feel like we have to support the services that'll still support some the law enforcement that we have that have the financial ability to continue, if that makes sense.
Well, you can make all the arrests you want, but if you don't prosecute the criminals, it's irrelevant.
Right.
Just get out,
Or a place to take them.
or a place to take them. Right.
But if the clerk is 2.5 and that 0.5 can cover the gaps of,
I think it's worth it. I think if, I withdraw my concern based on the fact that that there's an irregular, that Keenan already put that irregular in there, so.
Well, what if the puzzle is that we're able to do the 0.5 of that irregular to make it 3,
how much is
and
that?
then do the deputy?
Yeah, how much?
Because then you know we're not winning by any such stretch of the imagination, but trying to make the most of the puzzle pieces.
Sorry, I have to remember what fund that 0.5 was in.
So under option 2, Joaquin is looking, the clerk would go from 2.5 to 3, adding a 0.5, and then we would take that money and add a patrol deputy
And the DA.
and the DA.
Yeah, my point wasn't to not fund the DA, it was just that,
Right.
No, I know.
No, it's a potential opportunity to put one more spot out there.
If you add another 0.5 to make, because then it would be a regular position.
Right.
So
We
it
would
comes with
have,
salary, fringe,
we
and
would have
benefits.
a few more fringe, so it would be more costly. But I think, we budgeted 20,000 for irregular. If we added 50,000, we should probably be able to cover it.
Which would cut our contingency to about 70. But ROI on that 50 could be a
pretty-
big
pretty
deal.
big.
Is a big deal. In terms
Yeah,
of service
that's-
delivery,
I mean, you're adding a deputy, a DA, and a full-time position to the clerk.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think that sounds like a pretty good deal.
I've. Better. Yeah.
and just to the nature of the way that, and I don't know if I'm off base here, but the way that the levy was proposed to the public, it did seem like it was all just, it was sheriff's department or no sheriff's department almost on the levy. But like, whereas we're seeing, it's the whole county.
It is.
And I think it would have been so beneficial to the public to get a better description of what it is they were voting on.
So we brought that up as a And ultimately, at the end of the day, we fundamentally decided to make it a law enforcement directed levy, knowing that it was going to have dramatic impacts on all aspects of county government. And so, you know, when we have to go out for a future funding solution, we're going to have to really examine. We have a lot to learn from this last situation. We've learned a lot of lessons, I think.
Yeah.
You know, I spoke with Ted and I, we had a meeting with the department heads every week on Thursdays, and kind of the message of that meeting was, look, the attempt for a future funding solution started yesterday, you know, and it starts with, you know, what we're asking of that group is weekly reports on actual action items that they are taking within the community, so that we can put together newsletters that come out with regularity to the community, so that they know how many cases the juvenile is prosecuting, how many prevention people they're working with on a weekly basis, how many people the different entities how many building permits were provided, how many planning, you know, all those things. And, you know, we would hope that we can get some of the other departments to involve in that effort. But that effort to inform, educate, and ultimately, you know, hopefully grow trust within the community to help a second effort. That process has to start, and so.
But to your point, you're right. You're 100% right. And having never done a levy before, never been involved in doing one, man, I sure made mistakes, for sure. Learned a lot, though. I would not do it the same way, absolutely. But you're correct, and you're right.
So if you think about it, 50% of the population of Curry County are only covered by sheriff patrol, right? They're outside of urban boundaries. So those people, so the remaining 50% that do have other coverage, in general, don't look at sheriff patrol as a priority. They just don't. They don't think it affects them. But the reality is, as we've gone through this exercise, and we've realized that the way that over the years we've been funding the sheriff's department with road funds as sort of, and then, you know, I tried to explain this the other day. The sheriff's department receives an infusion of road funds to cover patrol, which then that money is actually migrated out far beyond the sheriff's department to the rest of the county, and that's why we're not making it in any. And so it's really dishonest. It's really dishonest to lay it all on the sheriff's department. It's been and other departments were able to benefit, kind of like just keep quiet and taking the money, right? So that's we need. But right now that was, you know, back when we had that discussion. I can imagine that you'd be kind of upset if you wanted to sell a piece of property and I said, you're gonna have to get back to me in 6 months. That's a problem, and that's a big problem, and that hits people right where they live, literally. And that's kind of where we are. So on numerous levels. So
Can
that's
I expound on
Yeah.
that? I want to, because one thing that I haven't provided is a really, really good, or at least somewhat of an understandable history of how we got where we are. Obviously, I tried to provide, you know, how we got where we are from timber over the years with that graph showing how many cuts have been made when we had 244 staff in the county and, you know, down to 117, and now we're looking at more, and et cetera, et cetera. But the reality is, you know, when in 2017, we were faced with one of the first current budget shortfalls, and identified the opportunity to bring road funds in. And in that year, that's all that happened, and everything else stayed status quo. But the years after that, the administration realized if you took more out of patrol to put into the general fund, or I'm not going to say general fund because there's all general fund. You took it out and you put it into fund other mandated departments, it was backfilled with road funds. And that process was continued over the years to the point where 100% of patrol was being funded by roads and there was nothing left to come out to the general fund. On top of that, they were already short $2 million in mandated services that were being backfilled with one-time dollars. And so essentially, we're at the point right now where that bubble burst, where we're at the tipping point, right? And so I wanted to provide some context so people understand truly how this came about over the years, so.
And obviously, the bubble kind of burst several years ago when we find out that we're
Right.
doing illegal transfers. Because if as an elected official or anyone that's associated with that moves money from a restricted fund outside of that fund, that person can be held personally liable. So no joke. We're not. It's that somebody thought it was okay back in 21 to just balance the books, and that's been the attitude. It's not okay. So anyway, we're just going to follow the law and do what we're required to do.
All right, option 2, any more adjustments or any more ideas?
I have an idea. You don't have a baseball bat over there, do you, Ted?
I don't have it with me, no.
First, this has been a tremendously educational process for me, so I think going forward, please use me as an advocate for why the county's funding, so it's very clear of that. I'm just thinking about the patrol side of this and the 794 that we're short, so maybe 694 now with
Yeah,
funding.
if we use, that model.
And just think about this for a second. If we're going out for more funding, say in November,
I don't think it'll be that quick. But go ahead. I mean, potentially, but yeah, go ahead.
maybe it won't, but that's what you have to decide. But I think a lot of effort should happen to do that. If we took, from what I'm seeing in interest rates today, I think we're getting 5% on the road fund. If we ratcheted back for rainy day stuff for this year, say back to $15 million in the road fund, just say we had things happening at the 500 about, took 4% and said that at the end of the year, if we don't have a funding source, then we're gonna make these deeper cuts. That would provide another $250,000, $300,000, not gonna cover the 694, but it's gonna at least get a few more deputies on the road. And we're using the interest, not the principal. So we're actually, but we,
So you're saying use future interest.
well, as it comes in, if those rates fall, then we have to adjust.
And then you're saying
So
basically if it,
15 million and 4%, it's about 50 grand a month
and then, so what you're saying is essentially,
for 6 months.
if it, December 31st, if there was a levy put on in November and December 30, it didn't
Whether or
pass,
not there is a levy or not, if we don't find another funding source, then we make the cut.
then the rest of it is cut.
We're gonna cut it back to where we're talking about today. So it gives us six months of runway, work our fannies off and come up with a solution. We don't lose, I shouldn't say that, they have to make this decision, but
Well, we've already lost in this, even with your current proposal, there's a huge loss.
sure. But,
It needs to be noted.
when we get rid of them, they're not coming back.
Right.
You know that, and the cost to get them back is gonna be substantial if we find a funding source. I'd rather see us try to protect it, but use the interest only, not the principal. Drop it down to 15 million, take it at 4%. And again, if the rate drops below 4, then we have to adjust it. But go to the end of the year, and then if we don't have a solution, then we cut it back. We tell them that we gotta cut it back to where we are, where we're talking about right now.
I'd be, you know what, I'd be interested to perhaps take that model and not fund a deputy, but fund a non-sworn person to act as the civil, so that the deputies can be used more efficiently. I heard, I'm no expert at this, but I heard that the civil deputy has to be on site daily during court, right? And then as I'm looking at the volume of civil documents that need to be served, it sounds like it's 2 or 3 a day, something like that that's coming in. Is that right?
Well, they probably
I mean, I'll talk loud. On an average, if you do the number on the average, so what we can pull out of our system is, this is the number of documents, or this is the number of civil packets, and I'll call it a packet, that was put together. So take, the DA's not here, but he could testify to this. So the district attorney has a case on State versus Johnson, all right? And there's 6 people that need to be subpoenaed. He sends that all over as one packet. So it's one civil number, but it might have 6 subpoenas in it.
Okay.
All right, so, and for criminal cases, for criminal type subpoenas, that could be 6 different addresses. All right, now, under actual civil, like a small claims or something, or a lawsuit or something like that, the statute says that we only have to serve, you can pay us 1 service fee and we can go to 2 addresses. So it's, the paper, the number might have, it might just be 1 paper per packet that we're serving, but it could be 5 or 6. So, but if you just take the rough number and divide it by 365, then that turns out to about 3 per day. But that also doesn't include setting up land sales and, which are very time consuming, because the sheriff does sheriff sales when somebody forecloses and they're gonna auction, we auction off people's property. It also doesn't include doing gun permits and.
Yeah.
What else? So I mean.
Well, I guess
so it would be a person that goes, that honestly, that if we were to have a position like that, they would have duties of going out and serving civil papers, and then they would also assist in the office.
Right.
Yeah.
But my point is, would be to, my point is that bring an unsworn person in to relieve the deputies of some of those duties and allow them to address the other duties that are not being addressed, like, for example, the outstanding reports. Those can be done in a timely manner. When I hear there are 100 and some reports out there, those are probably more than a week old. And I think that as an attorney, when I'm given an affidavit or a piece of evidence that is only being recorded days or weeks after the fact, it loses its probative value. So a lot of the work that's been done by those deputies by going there has been wasted through failure to get the information recorded in a timely manner.
I will say, not that I'm trying to justify it, but I will say most of those reports that aren't done are my yard gnome's missing or my bicycle and I don't have a serial number and I don't have.
I know one of them's a death threat, so it's a big deal.
Okay, so it's done. All right, what I'm saying, I think I know which one you're talking
Yeah.
about, and it's done.
No, it's not done.
I don't know
But-
if you're-
Well, I'll tell you what,
Yeah, whatever.
Regardless.
That's neither here nor there.
I'll tell you what, the amount of
I
money,
didn't say all of them, I said most of them.
the,
Yeah, quick,
I do want to say one more thing.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the work that we've done, you've done, and all the department heads have done. And it's not perfect, but we're down to, we're down to $200,000-300,000.
yeah,
We've done some
A hell of a lot of work done here.
done some good work.
Your levy was trying to raise how much?
8 million.
Now your levy, if we have a scaled down organization here, which it looks like we're gonna have, for sure, we've become, I think out of this process a lot better, more efficient. I think a lot of things maybe that are being done aren't gonna be done anymore and probably didn't need to be done. I've been through this process many times in the timber business, I'll tell you. And we found things that, oh, we can't live without still, we live without. We've been there too.
Oh, yeah.
And so, I think through this process, we'll all become more efficient, and we probably find some more efficiencies as we go. But, I mean, just this process has got us to where the ask going forward may not have to be anywhere near what we thought.
And that was the message from the public. That's what they wanted. They
So I
wanted to
think-
be asked for less.
Collectively, we've put this together now, but I do think it's important that we have some more deputies on the road.
So back to Dan's idea, what were those numbers again? So, with the interest?
So,
17, I knocked $2 million off,
Yep.
just in case we have,
Yep.
so we take that at 4%, do my math. I think that's 50 grand a month.
yep,
And so if we did that for 6 months, June through the end of December,
so $300,000.
that's $300,000 back to them.
Okay.
And at the end of December, if we don't have a solution, then we have to make the final cut.
We have to cut that additional 300 grand. And the 300 grand,
All of it, but that's something.
so it's not getting them back to the 650 or 674, but it's getting them halfway there.
Right.
And if
Can
there's
maybe
no,
Just in the middle with some structural changes like the ones I'm suggesting?
I would,
It's more than halfway, I think. We're good.
yeah.
Well, does 300 cover, how many deputies is that? 2?
300,000, a little up, 2.5.
So then would that 300,
I mean,
Well,
would the 300 cover 2 deputies and a non-sworn?
yeah, I think so. Don't you think? 3?
I don't know. I don't know. So we're gonna have to figure out salary. I'm not gonna guess. I don't know. I'm not going to guess. Either way, if you, that still leaves the 400, we've already cut 10 positions out of our budget. And so we're still, even if you do that, that still leaves $494,000 to cut. So I still have to cut some more. So,
no, three.
500, or 394.
no, there were 794 that we needed to cut, and you're gonna add 300,000 back.
And another 100,000 that he suggested out of our contingency.
That leaves 3.
So I guess the question is with that additional $400,000 going back in,
That's less people that I have to add to the list to lay off.
correct? But can one of those positions be, like we were just talking, that can assist to relieve some of those pressures off the deputies so that they can have more time, doing their sworn duties of,
I don't know if that's the, well, okay, so you talk about mandated function of the sheriff is to serve civil paper,
right, we're talking about somebody who will go do that.
right? And so we have deputies that already do that, that can do that and everything else. So that's a conversation, but I don't know that it's a conversation that we need to have for an hour and a half in here. So,
Yeah.
Is it possible that is that possible? Yes, you could maybe keep somebody at a lower price, that alls they do is this one thing, or you can keep somebody that costs a little bit more money that can do that plus everything else.
Right, but they would
Really
be,
inefficiently.
but they would be doing it for all the others who would also be doing it, I guess is the point. It's trying to maximize the folks who can
It seems like you guys can figure that out.
keep on the road.
You gotta be able to sit down and
Yeah.
got through and discuss.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So, Dan, it's a very high-level thought.
Goes to the end of the year anyway.
Well, it puts it puts a lot in fast forward.
Well, I like any idea, that keeps, like Dan said, if you let them go, they're gone.
Yeah.
So keep more control, especially through our summer months. And it's obviously gonna be, not obviously, but I'm guessing, there's more people in flux in the area. So a way that keeps them, at least lessens the burden of their cuts. Going from, 2 million out of there from last year's down to basically we're supporting them by 1.1 altogether.
So,
So it sounds like the consensus is to support that concept that Dan brought up for option 2.
I'm all for, I think it's a good idea, and I'm not a voting member of this, I just give my thoughts. I'll be happy, I did hear that it sounded like that we should be able to work that out. I'll be happy to be a part of that conversation to determine. My feeling is that public safety is a part of the county. It's a big part of the county, 2/3 of the county. But there's a lot of the rest of the county too, and there are big gives being made by all of those. And And some of those things are pretty important to generating revenue for the county, like the assessor's office and so forth. So I want to make sure that we protect it. Also, public safety is also expressed, there's a reason why patrol is associated with the roads, because road maintenance and road development and road safety that's public safety as well. It's integral that we be able to navigate throughout the county in a safe manner and carry on commerce and so forth. So those are all things that I think need to be given, they need to be given equal weight. And if I think that we've done some pretty amazing things on the non-law enforcement side regarding structural changes, and I expect that from the sheriff's office. I expect to be met halfway in that as well. I don't expect to be stonewalled. We need to bring the Curry County Sheriff's Office along with the rest of the county into the modern age. I'm not talking about the future, I'm talking about modern age. We need to do this, we need to make structural changes, and also, we need to figure out how to budget so that we have contingency funds and we have enough money or grants so that we can get current software that allows you to operate like a normal current law enforcement agency. Because it sounds like the software that you have doesn't allow you to do that unless it's very expensive and slow. So those are all challenges that we have to meet. But in order to meet challenges, you've got to be ready to change. And that's what I expect.
So can we pencil that into option 2?
I have done that.
Okay. That seems like the consensus of everybody. Any other recommendations, ideas?
No, I think that, like Dan said, this has been we've gotten a long ways in this process. This is, it's about as close as,
And I do agree with what you're saying, Dan, in terms of shaping the next funding solution is by, we're almost tearing down and starting over, if you will. And so now what does that look like? And then how do we move that forward? Certainly not the best case scenario, but maybe that's what we need now at this current time.
well,
So, is everybody agree that that's the path to take, option 2 with those modifications?
Call for a vote.
Then we would need a motion and a vote.
Can I ask a question before you do that?
you might want to,
With the cuts that already been, and we said we're $700,000, and the things you just added back, what's the amount of money that we have to still cut?
it would be like 300.
$394,000.
Okay, so I guess we'll have to look at how we're going to do that. I'll let you know.
Okay.
And for the record, it might be a good idea for an unsworn person, but I'm not going to lay somebody off just to hire somebody.
Okay, for the record, that also is, what we're talking about is meeting the needs of the taxpayers. That's what's going on
Still
here.
meet the needs because I would have a certified deputy that does that stuff already. With the amount of cuts we have already, we're not going to be able to provide the same service that we have. So we're mandated to serve civils, and that's what they're going to do.
Are they going to continue to do it in the most inefficient method possible?
Inefficient method?
Yes.
What do you
If
mean
you add up the time that basically what you told us yesterday was everybody takes a stack of these and they spend a certain portion of every shift doing that, and yet they're not getting their other work done. They're not getting their reports filed. They're not getting them completed. This is a problem. And my point is, if you take that stuff off of their plate, then they can focus on the law enforcement aspect that a sworn deputy is trained for and excels at.
Then we take the liability of putting somebody out there that has no experience, no training, and put them in a violent situation because civil papers,
Only if you don't train them. Only if you don't train them.
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does matter. Certainly it does. That's what,
So the idea of, I guess, as Captain said earlier, he would work with us on that to try to get things to be in that efficiency. So
So is
what
that
I'm,
not an option?
is that, are we not doing that?
Well, here's part of, all right, so we're already cutting, so you talk about inefficiencies and inability to get reports done. So we're already cutting.
no, actually, you
Okay.
talked about it. It's the reality.
But, okay, and it's going to get worse. I'm gonna tell you that right now, because,
We better not.
well, here, okay.
Then we
so-
should not have patrol if it's gonna get worse.
All right, let's, go ahead, go ahead. Kim.
So here's the reality of it, okay? Right now, we're cutting, without the 342,700, or 212, we're cutting, and we've already cut 6 patrol deputies that are responding to calls and serving civils, and some of them are behind on reports, some of them are caught up on reports, okay, so, whatever. And I don't say that to be flippant or anything like that.
Because it sounds like it.
So, well, I know it sounds like it, but what I'm saying is, so we're cutting 6 positions out, which is going to leave 3 people responding to calls. They're still going to be responding to calls, but they're going to be responding to more calls. They're gonna have a higher call volume, all right? So their opportunity to write reports is even going to get slimmer than what it already is. So
So why doesn't it make sense to take the weight of also doing the civil service? You just said they're gonna have way more calls. They're gonna have more of a burden on the law enforcement side.
And so my argument back to you is, if I can have somebody that can go serve, he can go out and put an attempt on every civil paper today, and still when he's done with all that, go respond to a burglary call or an assault in progress, I would rather have that than somebody that can only go, here's your small claim.
So can I ask a question? Sheriff, is that a duty that you could bring a reservist on for? To ease the burden off the deputies?
The reservists we have are, I think we only got one active, and he has his own jobs to do, and we have him doing transports on to state mental health hospital. But if I start hiring reserves, I have to go through psych tests and the whole work, just as like I would a regular deputy.
Unless they were already DP.
No.
In our current,
Anytime we hire somebody from even another agency, we have to have them
Sure.
do a psych test.
But,
our current reserves that we currently have, I mean, I think their average age is 70 plus. So, I mean, they've been volunteers for the sheriff's office forever and ever and ever. One of them still comes out and does transports. The rest of them go to reserve meetings and occasionally fill in a function.
We have to be cautious not to be judgmental of age.
I'm not being, no.
I'm just
not
putting
being-
that on the
I'm not
record
being
that we have to be
judgmental of age.
cautious.
I
Thanks, HR.
those guys,
sorry.
they don't have a lot of time. And in order to bring a new reserve, younger reserve on, we do have to go through the full psych, I mean, that's state law, we have to go through the full psych eval and everything that's required to hire them either as a reserve police officer or as if they want to volunteer in that function as a reserve police officer, they have to go through the whole process. We have to put them through, we don't have a choice, it's not our, so.
You bring a new non-sworn on, and you have limited duties, and you're able to train them, and you're also able to groom that person, so that you'll have a deputy that can step in if that person is appropriate. You'll have them well on their way through the training.
just trying to figure out a way to ease the burden off of the deputies to have
We're
to
spending
do
2 to 3 hours.
Figured out right now.
But no matter what, I still have to cut more out of what
Sure.
we've already sent for cuts.
Right, no,
That's, honestly, that's where I'm looking at right now.
I think that the idea here is it, you'd mentioned you'd work with us to try to figure this out for the deputies, so that we can, so they can be focused on those tasks and not necessarily civil by the idea of bringing somebody in to help Joan serve those things, especially the low-level ones.
We have people that are certified that are assisting as well with Joan. Vicky Scott, I'm sorry, will come in and help out with civils
From PMP,
from PMP.
yeah.
That's when Joan's either sick or out on vacation or whatever.
Okay.
But my biggest question was, what is the number that we still have to cut? And that's three, you gave that,
Yeah, 394.
and we'll work on that.
Thank you. Okay. Well, we looking for a motion?
Yep.
I'll move to approve option 2 with all of the discussed changes, alterations.
Is there a second?
Second.
So a motion and a second. So I'll just go around the room. Dan?
Yes.
Dave? Nick? Jay?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So it passes unanimously.
So this is for the budget committee to understand this. So this now will move forward to the commissioners' meeting for final approval. So,
So-
Is the budget committee released so that
Well,
Dave can go back and
back
start
to
making
work.
money again?
So one more question, Okina. So now that we have essentially some harder numbers, administrative costs, how does that work out?
So, based on the numbers, first of all, what I would need to do is work with Captain and the sheriff to determine what that looks like FTE wise.
The
for you
actual
guys.
cost for
The
FTE?
actual, so that they're not over
Right.
charged for administrative fees. So I would need to look or work with them to get the actual FTE costs, so we can allocate that across, and then we would know overall what that looks like based on everything that you guys have approved in option 2 with those adjustments. That will then come up with a number that we have to cut out of administration, and it's a flat number.
Okay.
So that will just have to be made.
Okay. All right.
So what I would like to do, though, is put together the complete budget document and email it to you guys so you guys can see it, or we can meet in person, whatever works best for you guys. And it will be posted on our website as well, so that you can see the whole, what everybody's agreed upon in one clean document instead of the hundreds of pages that you guys have had to go through.
Let's do that by email because Dave's business is taking a big hit as it is. So if we can do it by email, I prefer to do that.
I also really want to thank you guys for taking your time out of, and having to come to all these meetings. It's a big sacrifice, and the county appreciates it. And I'd like to remind all of us here that, in fact, this is who you work for. You work for the taxpayers, and the budget committee are they represent the taxpayers. So that's who you're working for. That's who we're all working for.
Yeah, I know this is a big sacrifice, especially in your, all of you have private businesses that suffer from you being here. So your time is very much appreciated. I know I sat there for several years, and the decisions are difficult too. And I really appreciate it.
I appreciate your new perspective and the questions that you asked. I know governmental accounting is unique and very unique, and there's a lot of regulations that we have to abide by, but I appreciate it, and I
I
appreciate.
apologize for all the questions.
No, there's never a stupid question. I think it's important to recognize that, and both of you, your time as well, and the questions you asked, and I appreciate it.
So it doesn't sound like we need another meeting? I mean, it's certainly
You guys are-
possible, but
Well,
Why don't you submit the budget and let them look at it, and then if somebody's really uncomfortable, you can schedule another meeting.
yeah. I will work over the weekend to get this done, and I will have it emailed to you by Monday.
Good,
all right.
no time off.
I have put hundreds of hours into these numbers and trying to get the best numbers I could for the county.
Well, as Nick mentioned earlier, it's nice to have accurate numbers. At least we know what exactly what
We've
we
had the
Yes.
budget in for that
And-
extra mental health hold that we're gonna put her on,
Seriously,
get her stable.
we're gonna reserve one of those rooms next door. I'm sorry that the county's in the state that it is, and unfortunately, I am just the person that came in at this point in the county. And I'm working with the numbers that the county has been dealt over the several years, and I am sorry, and I'm just the messenger of this, and I realized I was taken on this task, and did it voluntarily, and I just want to do the best what's for the county, and I appreciate everybody's help.
Great job, I think.
Thank you.
And only, one suggestion I would say, in the office here, if we could have like a revision on the documents as they're updated.
Yep.
Revision number 2 or 3 or 4.
We can do that.
And also, to add to your list of,
To-dos?
if we could have a 3 and 5 year projection on what our revenues may look like, so we can,
By 5 o'clock.
I mean, just in the future, so we can at least have a roadmap on what we need to mentally prepare for
And
going
we should
forward.
be, you know, I mean, as a county, as a place that generates most of its revenue, you know, in kind of planned ways, that should be pretty easy for us to do, and we should be planning, we should not be doing this kill or be killed at the last minute every year for that year. We should be planning 3 years down the road.
Yeah.
We should be saying, this is where we're going, this is, this is the growth you can expect based on where we go out and we look at our economy and we make grown-up rational decisions like other businesses do. But the fundamental is actually getting our departments to come ahead and be realistic with their, we basically just need a whole, new start at the department level for how people predict revenue.
So, I think we need a quarter of this before we can get 3 to 5 year
sure.
projections.
No, I understand.
At least, yeah.
But I mean, in the future, I think
Oh,
that would be
absolutely.
extremely helpful to know where we are and at least projected 3 to 5 years out so that we can start adequately planning ahead of time.
Absolutely. And the budget committee will not be waiting until the very last minute next year, I promise. We'll ensure, of course, we're gonna meet at end of the year, but, we'll also be starting right away, shortly thereafter.
Sounds like, Your Honor, I would really encourage you, those monthly statement.
Oh,
reviews
absolutely.
With every department head and
They're valuable.
look at those numbers every month. know what
Well,
they are,
and
be surprised.
that matrix is important too, staying on top of that as well. That
Well-
was a really good point, Dan.
And we have a lot of new department heads and electeds. And, I think we need to not overestimate how they know how to read those. I mean, just looking at those, we need to do a training with all of our leadership,
Within their budget, live through their budget.
Right.
That's how, when I first went to the port and they were doing like, 6-month cash flows. You broke 4 months ago, you just find out later. It's just, you can't even believe it. And then you get it down to monthly, and then when, really, if you're running something right, you're weekly or even daily, you got everything dialed and you know where it is. And that's where that's when you have control.
All right, guys, it's 2:46 and we'll adjourn this meeting. Thank you again.
Thank you.